Recording.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the Fairfax Planning Commission meeting. This is a special meeting, January 11th, 2024. Can I have a roll call?
Swift.
Here.
Bela.
Here.
Kelly.
Here.
Newton.
Here.
Pfeffer.
Here, participating remotely due to the child care exemption.
And Chair Jansen.
Here. Unless anybody wants to add something to the agenda, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay. Swift.
Aye.
Bela.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Newton.
Aye.
Pfeffer.
Aye.
Chair Jansen.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll read the meeting protocol. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the Commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at the Commission meetings. The Commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motive of the Commission members, staff, or members of the public, and maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. All interested persons are invited to participate in public hearings. In order to give all interested persons an opportunity to be heard and to ensure the presentation of all points, views, and members of the audience should: 1. Limit their presentations to 3 minutes. 2. Provide their comments by email as described above. 3. State their view and concerns succinctly. And 4. Submit any new documents to the planning staff first, directly or via email at ineil@townoffairfax.org to be entered in the record. Since this is a special meeting, there is no open mic for items not on the agenda, and we will move directly to the next item. There is no consent calendar, so we'll go to the public hearing items. Number 1. Can we have staff?
If I may, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
One minor correction. I think the email is lneil@townoffairfax.org, not ineil@townoffairfax.org. Over.
Thank you. That is absolutely correct. I misspoke. Can we have staff report for item 1?
Yes, we do have a staff report prepared, Chair Jansen and Planning Commission. So I'm going to share screen, and then I will turn it over to Andrew Hill, a consultant that's been helping us with the housing element project and code updates with Diane Batzia. So here we go. There we go. Just hit that button.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. So the general plan housing element calls for the adoption of a workforce housing overlay to accommodate to help to accommodate the town's share of its RENA allocation. In December, we held a study session with the Commission to introduce a preliminary draft of the overlay and related standards and to receive feedback. And so, taking on board feedback from the from Commission comments in December, we've updated the workforce housing overlay ordinance. And so, the recommended action tonight is to receive a presentation, to take public comments, and if appropriate, to receive a recommendation from the Commission that the Council adopt the overlay. Let me start with a little bit of background. Under state law, the town must ensure that the zoning map has adequate capacity to meet its RENA obligations at all income levels. The zoning map does not currently have adequate capacity for Fairfax's assessed share of the lower income RENA, and so rezoning is needed. The state law also establishes very special requirements for sites identified to accommodate the lower income RENA, including that they be of adequate size, so not less than half an acre and not more than 10 acres, that they be generally free of environmental constraints, that they be located in proximity to transit, and that they have existing or planned utilities available to serve them. In fact, in Fairfax, there are very few sites that meet all of these parameters, but the best candidates for lower income housing are generally located along Sir Francis Drake and Broadway in the town center area. Additionally, since most of the sites identified as candidates for the workforce housing overlay are previously developed, the state requires evidence of their viability for redevelopment in the upcoming planning period. And one of the best indicators of redevelopment potential is property owner interest. And so accordingly, during the housing element process, we initially identified a range of candidate sites, and that list of candidate sites was vetted through a series of meetings with property owners. The feedback that we got from the property owners during that process regarding development challenges and constraints is reflected in the proposed standards. So as I mentioned, a preliminary draft of the overlay and related standards was reviewed with the commission in December. One of the key topics discussed at that study session had to do with building heights, and the commission encouraged us to really look at ways to accommodate the density needed to meet the legal requirements while moderating height to the extent possible. Commissioners also expressed a strong desire in preserving the commercial character of the town center area. Commissioners expressed interest in identifying preferred waivers and concessions for projects that apply for density bonus. And there was also a request to demonstrate how the School Street site in particular could achieve the units projected in the housing element. And so in my presentation tonight, I'll address all of these topics. Now let me walk you through an overview of the workforce housing overlay and related standards as updated to reflect feedback from the December study session. The overlay would apply to certain properties shown on the map on the right of the screen in the town center area and along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. In total, it's about 16 properties which are underutilized and that currently have a base zoning that's commercial, so CH, CL, and CC. The overlay would not require that residential uses be developed on the site. Rather, it gives the property owner the option to develop housing if they choose, and that can be in a mixed-use format or 100% residential format. The overlay consists of two sub-districts. The Workforce Housing Overlay A sub-district, which is generally located in the downtown area, would have a maximum base density of 40 dwelling units per acre. And the Workforce Housing Overlay B zone, which is generally further out along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, would have a maximum base of 20 dwelling units per acre. Additionally, the ordinance creates a sliding scale which grants more density, but only in exchange for a greater commitment to affordability from the property owner. And this is to help the town meet its requirements for low-income housing. The concept mirrors state density bonus law. So, for example, a project that commits to making 15% of the units rental apartments affordable to households making less than 80% of the Marin County median income would be entitled to 40 dwelling units per acre as a maximum. However, if the project owner commits to making 20% of the units rental apartments affordable to lower income households, then the maximum base would be 60 dwelling units per acre. Additionally, the ordinance allows for bonus units available for projects that provide very low income units, family-sized units, so units with 3 or more bedrooms, and special units for special needs groups. And these are statutorily defined groups such as the disabled, senior citizens, female-headed households. And so in response to the question about about School Street in particular, let's see how this would play out. it's a 2-acre site. So if the developer commits to making 25% of the units, rental units, affordable to low-income households, then as you can see on the chart here, the maximum density would be 75 dwelling units per acre. So 75 times 2 acres is 150 units. And then additionally, yes.
Sorry, is that site in WHOA or WHOP?
A.
It's an A.
Yes.
Okay. And could you just remind me what the moderate income AMI ranges that we're talking about here? For
Yeah.
sale moderate income AMI?
Right. So moderate households are those making between 80 and 120% of the Marin County area median income. And lower income households make less than 80%. Sure. So 2-acre site at 75 dwelling units per acre is 150 units. And then additionally, if the property owner were to make 10 of those units available to very low income households, there would be a bonus of 10 units. If they provide 10 units for family size units, there's an additional bonus of 10 units. And if they provide 5 of the units for other special needs groups, then an additional 5. So if you add that up, there is a clear pathway to 175, but only in exchange for a deep commitment to affordability that will help the town meet its low income RHNA obligations. Additionally, the overlay is needed because the overlay is needed to accommodate a shortfall in RHNA capacity. It must provide a by right approval process. However, the workforce housing overlay still provides for review before the Planning Commission to confirm compliance with the objective standards that it establishes. The ordinance establishes a maximum building height of 3 stories and up to 35 feet in that centrally located WHO A, and a maximum building height of 2 stories and up to 28.5 feet in the outerlying WHO B. Additional height is available for projects that provide pedestrian-oriented ground floor uses. And so for those projects in the WHO A zone, additional height up to 45 feet and 4 stories is permitted, and up to 35 feet and 3 stories in the WHO B sub-district. Elevators and stair towers may exceed the building heights by 10 feet, but they must be stepped back from the edge of the building in order to reduce the perception of bulk. And for buildings with height over 35 feet, at least 75% of the street facing elevation above that 35-foot level must be set back a minimum of 10 feet from the front facade of the stories below. And so at the study session in December, the commission requested that we look at ways to accommodate the density needed to meet the legal requirements for the housing element while de-emphasizing height. And so several revisions have been made to the standards to address that request. For example, in the WHO A subzone, the maximum lot coverage was eliminated, and in the WHO B zone, it was increased to 75%. The idea here is that this will allow for buildings to cover more of the site area and moderate the need for height. The 15% landscaping requirement, however, still applies in both cases. Additionally, the December draft had included some additional height provisions for sloped roofs, but those have been eliminated. And as I mentioned, we've added a provision, a requirement for rooftop appurtenances to be set back from the edge of the building, again, to reduce the appearance of bulk. So the minimum, the open space, private and common open space requirements can also help to moderate height. There's a minimum outdoor living area required in the WHO A zone of 150 square feet. And 200 square feet in the WHO B zone. Roof decks and certain landscaped areas can count towards the requirement. And the requirement is reduced by 20% if the site is located within a quarter-mile walking distance of an existing park. And so again, these open space requirements can help to moderate the building heights. Parking requirements are as per section 17052030 of the code. That means studio apartments without separate bedrooms must require one space per unit. One bedroom units must provide 1.5 spaces or 3 spaces for every 2 units. 2 bedroom apartments, apartments with 3 or more bedrooms, and 1 family and 2 family dwellings must each provide 2 spaces per unit. The ordinance allows project applicants to request reductions based on a parking demand study, and it also provides allowances for shared parking between common uses in the downtown area or complementary uses in the downtown area. There is a recent court case, Martinez versus Clovis, that has implications for Fairfax. The court ruled in this case that the minimum density of the underlying base zone must be at least 20 dwelling units per acre. If an overlay is applied over top and sites in the overlay are going to be counted towards lower income RENA, that's the approach that we're taking in Fairfax. Currently, residential uses are permitted conditionally or conditionally permitted in the CHCL and CC zones, but the minimum density is not specified in these base zones. And so separate from the overlay, but included in your packet tonight, are zoning text amendments that are made to establish that minimum 20 dwelling units per acre if residential is proposed. So that was a quick look, a quick overview of the content as revised of the ordinance. But let me take a moment to address some of the other topics that came up at the study session. But commissioners really emphasized the importance of preserving the commercial character of the downtown area. And so I wanted to speak to that a little bit. Again, the workforce housing overlay applies only to select sites, which you can see on this map. It does not, it gives the property owners the option, but doesn't require housing. So that means that the base commercial zoning remains in place in the majority of sites in the town center area. And then additionally, the sites that were identified to receive the workforce housing overlay are generally underutilized sites. And so I provided some photos here. We're talking about the Pancho Villa, the former Pancho Villa restaurant site, the Bank of America building that have been vacant for a number of years. And so I guess you could say the most underutilized commercial sites were identified to receive the overlay. It's a relatively small subset of the total sites downtown. And I think the concept is possibly, introducing more residents downtown could even support the vitality of other businesses in the area. Secondly, commissioners asked just for some clarity between what are the legal requirements, what are the things that the town must do in adopting this overlay, and where does the town have some latitude. So I prepared this slide to sort of summarize that. I think the issue is that because the overlay is being developed to accommodate a shortfall of RENA sites, and because a number of the sites downtown had been identified in prior housing elements but had not developed, there's really quite a long list of legal requirements that go along with that. And so as I mentioned, there's a requirement to establish that minimum base density of 20 dwelling units per acre if residential is proposed. Another requirement is that the overlay provide standards that can accommodate the capacity projections from the housing element. That 100% residential projects on overlay sites be permitted, not required, but permitted. And that, as I mentioned, that the overlay allow for a by right approval process, and that the objective standards provided will really facilitate the development. So those are the requirements. On the other hand, there's no specific requirements for building heights, and so so long as the standards can accommodate the capacity projections from the housing element. And so what we've tried to do, listening to the feedback from the study session, is to make adjustments to accommodate the required density without overly emphasizing height. And additionally, at the study session, commissioners expressed an interest in codifying preferred waivers and concessions available for projects that might apply to use the state density bonus. Staff's recommendation would be to formalize those preferences through a council resolution. And so in your comments tonight, we invite commissioners to weigh in on preferences, and we can present that information to the council for their consideration. So that was an overview of the content, including the revisions and some responses to the topics raised at the December study session. The objective of the hearing tonight is if appropriate to receive a recommendation, and then the overlay will go to the council for first reading on January 24th. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Does the commission have questions for? Okay.
So, we covered this at the study session. You know, we keep calling this workforce housing. But we need to be clear in this that this is really, if you want to say affordable housing, there's no requirement, correct, for somebody to be employed in Fairfax, in the county, or to be employed at all. So, you know, the workforce is kind of a term of art, but a misnomer as to what we're trying to accomplish. And it needs to be clear because it gives a different sense to folks as to what's trying to be accomplished. On the zones, page 2 of the staff report talks about, and all that we've heard through this is that this overlay will apply to select properties in the CL, CH, and CC zones. But when you look at the map on page 7, and this has been consistent with you know, the briefings we've had previously, there's 2 parcels there that are not CL, CH, CC. One of them is identified as a UR7 parcel, and one is identified as an RS6 parcel or portion of a larger parcel. So can you address why those are on here, why we refer to this as CL, CH, and CC, and what those parcels are, if you have an APN number or some kind of an information to address those 2 parcels and why they're a part of something that we've addressed as, and consistently through all the documentation, that those parcels are in our commercial zone.
So you're correct. Those do not have a base zoning that is commercial. And apologies if that wasn't clear. Generally, these are predominantly commercial parcels. They are all underutilized parcels. The northernmost parcel that you're talking about is the Jehovah's Witness site that is currently unused. So it's an underutilized site, and the property owner has expressed interest in redevelopment, or at least selling the property. So that's why that one is included. Because it fronts Sir Francis Drake, it seemed an appropriate location for the type of workforce housing that's envisioned in the town center. And then the property a little bit to the south, just beside it, on that abuts Sir Francis Drake, you're right, is a portion. It's a 1-acre portion of the 615 Oak Manor site. And that again is coming from property owner interest. The former owner of that site, now deceased, had expressed an interest in subdividing and having a 1-acre portion fronting Sir Francis Drake be available for affordable housing. And so at property owner interest, that was included in the housing element. And because it's included in the housing element, we transmitted it into the overlay.
So that goes to the issue that we, again, whenever we reference this, we're referencing this in the commercial districts. But you have identified two parcels that are not a part of that, and there's nothing in here that addresses a broader approach to this. So I just wanted to get that clarified.
Can I tag on to that?
Please go ahead.
Commissioner Swift? When you look at the housing element, there's a reference to map 3-5. It says in the program 2-A that the overlay will apply to properties shown on map 3-5 in the CL, CH, and CC zones. And, so I'm just curious, first off, map 3-5 doesn't seem to, it's not apparent to me what the overlay properties are on that map 3-5, whereas they're very clearly listed in the figure 17012.165-A that we have in the staff report, map X-X. And so, I guess I'm just curious as to how we got from a housing element with a reference to a map that doesn't seem to include the workforce housing overlay, and then a map that goes beyond the CC, CH, and CL zones in identifying the properties, and whether, the housing element provides us the authority to create these overlays for these two parcels that Commissioner Swift was talking about.
Yeah, that's a very careful read. Thank you for that. If you look on table 3.5 of the housing element, there's actually a list of all the sites that are meant to be included in the overlay. They're called underutilized properties. And you can see second on the list is 2600 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, which is the Jehovah's Witness site, and the existing land use is listed as church religious facility.
Okay.
And so
the reference to map 3-5 in program 2A should really be to table 3-5 in program 2A in the general plan, in the housing element. We're not referring to the properties shown on the map. We're referring to the properties listed in the table. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, yes, I think that is correct.
Okay, so just for the planning director to please note that it looks like it's probably a typo then in the housing element. The one that's the draft dated November 28, 2023. Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're not. That's okay. And can you explain the statement that once you're a part of this overlay, which staff has identified properties for, some of which are not in CHCL and CS, they're allowed by right approval. So anything in the overlay has a by right approval.
Yes, that's correct. And that's because of a requirement in state law for rezoning needed to accommodate a shortfall of lower income RENA units. A by right process must be provided. And since all of the sites on table 3.5, which are translated into the map in this ordinance, are needed for that purpose, they are subject to a by right approval. Again, just to finish the thought, even though it is a by right approval, we've written the ordinance so that there is a provision, an allowance for review by before the Planning Commission to confirm compliance with the objective standards.
So we've identified underutilized parcels and put them in this overlay. Some in the central commercial district. Some of these parcels, the owners have not expressed any interest in participating. As far as I could tell by the table, not everyone responded positive or responded at all potentially to doing this. But now that they're put into this overlay, then they by right they have the by right to do this. There was also information in there that talked about parcels or parcel owners. And again, I'm assuming CHCL and CS, since this all addresses just that, who may want to participate, then they apply. So can you kind of talk in general terms about what that looks like? Does an owner come to the planning department? And I think there's information in our code about if an individual wants to change their zoning, there's a process for that. But how do you envision that working? And that may be a planning director response.
Just a clarification. So is the question that if you're not currently in the WHO zone and you want to, yeah, it would be a standard rezoning application, which you could do at the same time as your development application to kind of streamline it a little bit. But the rezoning application would have to go to the planning commission, then to the town council before it could be applied. Yep.
Another question, just for clarification, that while all of our CL, and we have a CS zone, but for the other three commercial zones, there is accommodation of housing, residential uses in them. So this allows an owner of a commercial property to change that to 100% residential and delete the commercial use, correct?
It allows, so assuming this moves forward and is adopted, the sites currently identified and adopted into the ordinance would have that option. And if another site, 2-3 years down the road, a property owner decides, I'd like to be part of the overlay as well, and they apply for a rezoning, yes, that option would be available to them as well.
So basically all of our commercial sites could do that.
Eventually, one by one, they could. Yeah.
Okay. And on page 3 of the staff report, it addresses height. And it says, and this may help the public, I know it'll help me, limit the height of buildings with ground floor commercial, i.e. 2 stories over ground floor commercial, for a maximum of 3 stories. Specifically, additional height is permitted up to 45 feet in a HUA for up to a third of the building. If above ground floor commercial, such as retail, restaurants, or personal service walk-in clientele, and the maximum height for the remainder of the building is 35 feet. So a couple questions for you. One, do we have a sense of what the height is in our central commercial area in general of our existing buildings? Just so that kind of gives a reference point.
Oh yeah, it's mostly 2 stories now, and there's the occasional 3-story building, but it's predominantly 2 stories.
Right, but in feet, do we have a sense of what those 2 stories equal?
I don't know exactly. I mean, it's under, under 28 feet. So since they're commercial buildings, they're taller than like a residential building would be because they have the retail floor to ceiling is a little bit taller than would have with a residential. So that may be 12, 13, 14 feet. And then you have another floor on top of that. So they come in at about 25 to 30 feet, somewhere thereabouts with a parapet.
Okay. And while this says if above ground floor commercial such as retail, restaurants, or personal services, I'm assuming that if we have the commercial aspect on the ground floor, that it's really not limited to walk-in retail. If we were to have something that didn't quite fit that, but it was commercial, this would still be applicable. I mean, we're not limiting this to only those buildings that have first floor walk-in retail, correct? Should we have something that isn't like that? For example, we have a laundromat. That's probably retail in a sense, but I mean, we have different types of commercial, but this isn't really limiting that to just walk-in retail, correct? Or is it?
I think the intent is to encourage a mixed use format that promotes walkability, which is why the walk-in requirement is there. For example, there's at least one auto body shop, right? That's a commercial use downtown. But that doesn't have, walk-in traffic. And so the intent was to require a pedestrian orientation for a mixed use building that's going to have residential in it as well. And so that's why that's there as opposed to any commercial. You see what I mean?
But it's intent versus requirement. Is that?
I think as it's written, it would require, retail, restaurant, or walk-in. Correct?
Yeah, I think if they were to, I mean, right now, because it's the who is kind of it's an overlay, it's an option. So a property owner could come in and do commercial now. So under that, there's no restriction. They could come in with an auto body shop or whatever's on the list of table. But if they want to take advantage of the workforce housing overlay provisions, which give you the extra height and give you the advantage to have a little bit more footprint, and in order to take advantage of all those things, and if you wanted the commercial, then it would have to be kind of that active commercial use with the walk-in clienteles. So the allowable uses would change if you wanted to do the mixed use floor plan under the workforce housing overlay.
And keeping in mind that we do have RS6 and UR7 that has no retail right now. Okay. So for that statement, what you're saying is the height could be 45 feet for up to a third of the building. So is that where you were referencing that the 45-foot height would be a setback from the front?
Yes, if only for buildings that over that 35 over the 35-foot mark, 75% of the building space above that 35 would need to be set back 10 feet from the facade to moderate that appearance of bulk.
Okay. We had discussed prevailing rates at the December meeting. I asked the question. I don't know if anybody was able to research and give me an answer, but we had, and it may not be, so that's fair. But Victory Village, did that require prevailing rates or utilize prevailing rates?
Yeah, we did. It did. It had federal funding involved, so it required prevailing wage. Yep.
Anytime there's federal funding, you have to have a requirement for prevailing wage.
Is it just federal funding? Is there any state funding that requires it?
Public funding.
Any public funding
Yeah.
requires it.
But what happens with a lot of the nonprofits that are private nonprofits, but they still have federal funding usually for the low income. And that's where the prevailing wage requirement kicks in.
So would that be then potentially applicable to some of these developments?
Depending on how they're funded.
Okay,
So Victory Village, for example, didn't have any public funding except for the federal. Yeah.
so, and I didn't go through line by line on the draft code changes. It was kind of confusing when I went through there. There was one area where it discussed the density for the who be is one dwelling unit per 20 acres. We also had in there that we allow condominiums, but our code doesn't allow condominiums. So going through that was a little confusing from what we're looking at tonight. But those are the only questions I had right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Swift. Anybody else?
Thanks for that overview. I have a question on our sliding scale affordability provisions and density provisions and their relationship to the parking requirements. So let's say someone, an applicant decides to maximize the affordability provision and therefore get a density bonus increase. How does that affect the parking requirements for a project? I mean, right now, the base code is 2 units for a 2-bedroom apartment. If we're talking about, you know, the site you're describing, the frog site, you know, maxing out their density. I guess I'm a little concerned that we're making these sites possibly unbuildable with our parking requirements. And but maybe first you could just explain to me that relationship between our sliding scale density and height or density increases with increasing affordability provisions and their relationship to the parking requirements.
Well, I think we would essentially the way that we would go about it is we would apply our current parking requirements, but we do have a provision that allows a developer to do a parking study. And so if they can demonstrate that they don't need the parking based on their project, like for example, if you have a senior project or some other type of project where you don't need as many cars to be parked all the time, then you can have, or you have access to transit or all these other factors, you can do a traffic study and demonstrate that and have it reduced. And then that's also, you're also eligible for a waiver. That's one of the common density bonus waivers that you can ask for as a parking reduction.
Okay, and then I saw from the study session, which I unfortunately missed, it looks like some of the recommendations were to, try to address building height. And again, I guess I just want to express my concern that by adding additional prescriptive requirements to these, to the workforce housing overlay, we're actually going to do the opposite of what we're intending to do, which is rather incentivize folks to use state density bonus laws to circumvent this set of codes that we're trying to create to have some local control by being overly prescriptive with things like building height. So I don't know any project I've seen where 1/3 of the building is able to be at a different height than the rest of the building and still attempt to, provide significant open space. Actually, I think the idea of increasing lot coverage is a horrible idea. That's going to result in low, squat, potentially not great architecture. and for what seems to me to be an arbitrary concern around an additional height. So I guess my point of view is on page 3, it says Fairfax is currently a community of mostly 1- and 2-story buildings with the occasional 3-story building. Well, that's not really true. Sherwood Oaks is a 4-story building with parking underneath. If we actually have the goal as a community to support the creation of below market and affordable housing, we need to make it easier for developers to build projects here, not put additional obstructions in the way that are likely going to incentivize them to use state housing density bonus law to circumvent the process we're trying to create here.
Commissioner Bella, we are in questioning.
Sorry,
So
okay,
can
right,
you,
sorry.
can you bring that into the
Yes,
discussion?
okay.
Thank you.
So, all right, so you answered the question around relationship of parking to okay, and I think that's all right. I'll just pause there for the moment. Thank you.
Questions? Anybody else?
I have a couple questions about the intent of some of the revisions. Particularly, try to direct you here. The amendment to the code regarding 17.100. So I'm on page 24 on of the resolution or of the exhibit. So I'm looking at the suggested amendments to chapter 17.100, the central commercial zone section. And it appears to me that the items in red with the strike through are meant to be removed and the underline are meant to be added. I just want to make sure that I understand, first of all, that these edits are part of this recommended action. This isn't something that was done before. So for instance, where it says on purpose on 17.100.010 purpose, where it says second story that's struck through in red, that's part of this action, right? That's not something that happened before.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then on the next page under the 17.100.040 principal permitted uses and structures, that addition of item number 44 multifamily dwelling units, etc., and then the cross out or strike through of item or number 54 residential uses on the second floor. So those are current recommended revisions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then also the G under the next item that's this strike through. So my question to staff is, what's the intent of those particular revisions?
I think the majority of those revisions that you reference is to allow residential on the ground floor.
In the central commercial district.
Correct. Mhm.
Does the staff think that's good?
Yeah, that's the intent of the changes, is to allow more residential uses in these particular zoning districts.
Was that recommended by council or this commission, or was that recommended by our consultant?
I think it's responding to the requirement that 100% residential buildings be allowed, right? And if ground floor residential was not permitted, then you could, I don't know, it would be very difficult to achieve that. So I think it's responding to the requirements from state law.
State law requires residential to be put in our commercial zones on the public sidewalk.
State law requires that for sites that are being rezoned to accommodate a shortfall of lower income RENA, that 100% residential projects be allowed. And that if mixed use is proposed, the mixed use can't exceed 50% of the project space.
So wait, it could be mixed use,
It can be mixed.
but
Yes,
it's the
it can be
developer's
mixed.
choice.
The state law does not require that all projects in the overlay be 100% residential, but it requires that 100% residential projects be permitted. Right. if requested. And then additionally, it puts a limit on how much of a project can be mixed use if the site is going to be counted towards lower income RENA.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Newton, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation, all the work you guys have put into this since our study session. And I definitely appreciate the efforts to address the height issues that we had raised at that meeting. And I guess we'll get into that, Commissioner Bella, when the time comes. So let's see. We have a zoning map that sets forth all the zones. Would that need to be amended, or is the reference to this new map XX going to sort of suffice? We won't need to also amend the town zoning map to include the overlay?
We are specifically listing the parcels for which this applies in the zoning text. So we would not need to amend the map since we reference the parcels.
Okay.
Can I just jump in on that one just for clarification since you brought that up? Because I thought either the staff report or part of this stated that the map itself would be controlling over any discrepancies between 17012, I think, which is the one that identifies all the zones.
We had some conversations with, and Kylie can jump in here, but we had some conversations with Kylie Otto with the city attorney's office, and we determined that it would be better and more clear to just kind of stick with the parcels that are referenced they're on page 8 of the ordinance, where they specifically list the book, page, block, and parcel number. So then it's very clear that, okay, the workforce housing overlay applies to just this parcel and just this parcel. And then the map would be, would not be necessary, and it may cause confusion. So
And I don't know if that language has been changed in what we have in front of us, but
yeah, it may need, might need to be adjusted in order to reflect that.
sorry, Commissioner Newton, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if Kylie wanted to say anything at that to your question. I saw you come up.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you. Actually, it could be either way. The way that it's currently drafted is a little confusing. We probably need to have further discussion, whether it's the map or the APN. Right now, you are correct, Commissioner, that it says that the map is controlling. So it needs to be cleaned up one way or the other. Typically, they're done as a map within so that the map can be changed. It's not to say that you couldn't identify the specific APN numbers in the ordinance as it has currently. It's just typically done as a map, but that language where it says the map is controlling needs to be modified in one way or the other. You don't want to have APNs and the map be inconsistent. We need to clarify that. So we can work with staff to make sure that is clear as to what specific parcels are being identified as part of this overlay.
Thanks. And I'm correct that we're having a special meeting tonight, right?
Yes.
Okay, because we've got a bunch of references to regular meetings, and in the CEQA discussion in the staff report, there's a reference to this being the study session. And I just want to clarify that this is a decision, a meeting involving a decision, our approval of our resolution recommending, whatever we decide to recommend to the town council. So could you, let me see if I can pull up what page that's on.
Yeah, I can address the CEQA
Thank you.
issue. Is that the CEQA status on the first page is accurate. And the CEQA consistency on page 4 was that's on me because I did not delete that. So when I did the staff report, I obviously cut and pasted some information from the study session staff report, and I did not change that. So this is the CEQA is adoption of this ordinance is consistent with the environmental impact report prepared for the recently adopted housing element.
All right, and I'm sorry, I'm just gonna be a little bit disjointed here. I apologize. Could you guys explain to me, maybe first for the WHO A and then for the WHO B, what the minimum and maximum density could be or should be? So I guess for the WHO A, I'm wondering if the minimum is the 40 units per acre and the maximum is the 60 units per acre. And for the WHO B, is it 20 units per acre and the maximum is 40 units per acre? Do I have that right?
The minimum in both WHO A and WHO B is 20 dwelling units per acre. It's actually not controlled in the overlay, but it's those other amendments made to the base CL, CH, and CC zones for compliance with state law. So the minimum is 20 dwelling units per acre, and that's required through housing element law to ensure that because the default density for Marin County is 20 dwelling units per acre. So if we're going at densities of 20 dwelling units per acre and above, they can be deemed affordable to lower income households. So that's the minimum is 20 in both. Now the maximum, and in the presentation I referred to it as the maximum base. The maximum base density prior to any allowances, any additional allowances for a deeper commitment to affordability in the WHO A zone is 40 dwelling units per acre, and in the WHO B zone is 20 dwelling units per acre. So we call it the maximum base, assuming they make no commitment to affordability beyond that required in the town's inclusionary ordinance, then the maximum in WHO A is 40 and the maximum in WHO B is 20. If, however, they make a deeper commitment to affordability and get into the sliding scale that I showed in the presentation and that's included in the ordinance, then the maximum base goes up proportional to their greater commitment to affordability that can help the town meet its lower income RHNA requirements.
And on your presentation for the WHO A, you had going up to 75, I think, per acre at the tippy top.
That's correct. For the if for example a project were to make 25% of its units affordable to low income households and those units are rental apartments, then yes, 75 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. Okay, great. And then so, Commissioner Swift talked about the commercial versus residential, and I gather that, because the residential zones allow residential development, we don't need to go into allowing residential development in residential zones. But it does seem odd to me that there's no references to the what is it, RS6 and UR7 anywhere in any of these provisions, as if there might be some extra hurdle for somebody in those residential zones to have to jump through, other than just pointing out that they're lot is listed in the, I guess, in either the list or on the map that we'll figure out. So, you know, that just seemed odd to me. I have a number of comments that are much more about
Commissioner
titles.
Newton, we're still in question phase.
I know. So I'm skipping over those. What standards would apply to future property owners seeking to get their properties included in the workforce housing overlay zone? Would there be an element of discretion on, you know, the planning commission's part, or would we potentially have to approve one by one the entire downtown turning to residential?
Zoning amendments are discretionary, so the planning commission nor the town council are obligated to make those changes. Now there is state mandated items that are coming down the pike which may require certain development, but the town is under no obligation to amend its zoning map for the workforce housing.
And we could just do that arbitrarily.
Well, I wouldn't say arbitrarily, but
Well, no, I'm serious, you know. I'm just wondering if we have to provide,
you would have to make findings.
Basis.
Yeah, you would have to make if you were to change the zoning from what it is now. So if the parcel is not currently workforce housing overlay and you wanted to change it to workforce housing overlay, you would have to make findings in order to make that zoning amendment, just like you would make a zoning amendment for any other parcel.
Well, and if we denied an applicant's request that we change their property, I would
Correct.
imagine we would need to provide some sort of rationale for that. So
Yep, you'd have to make findings either way. Yep. Correct.
All right, but this isn't going to say anything about any of those standards, what we would consider, you know, none of that. It's just, we don't, you know, a lot of times when we have to rule on a conditional use permit or whatever, we have, you know, listed findings in the ordinance that tells us what we need to consider when we're approving or denying something.
I think that's a really interesting question, and I would say that next up, later on this year, we will be bringing a revised draft of the land use element to you, right? Together with the safety element, that's also part of the project, and it seems that policy guidance for additional sites in the overlay could be a topic that's addressed in the land use element.
Is the land use element one of the required elements that needs to be updated concurrent with the housing element? And I know we have to do the safety element.
Yes, it's the reason the land use element needs to be updated is because there have been changes resulting from the housing element, and the general plan needs to be internally consistent. So it's not an overhaul of the land use element. I would say it's more of a tweaking to ensure consistency between general plan elements. Does that make sense?
As opposed to the rest of the general plan that may or may not.
Well, I mean, all of the elements need to be internally consistent, and so
Okay, all right.
So my last question has to do with the height issues. You know, one of the concerns that has been raised over the years about increasing height limits, especially in downtown, is the potential blocking of the visual beauty of our downtown through larger, you know, taller buildings that block the hills and the open space from, you know, Sir Francis Drake, from the Parkade, from, you know, Broadway, from Bolinas. And I'm wondering, for those properties, I mean, if you could draw a distinction between, let's say, properties on the north side of Sir Francis Drake and properties on the south side of Sir Francis Drake, and make the height limits different, would that be something that, might help to, I mean, it's still objective, and it's based on the rationale for why we want to keep our height limit lower than others might.
Thank you, Commissioner Newton. Commissioner Pfeffer, you have your hand up.
Yep. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. First, in the staff report where it mentions targeting housing for low-income houses and it references the adjustments to the density bonus table, I just want to confirm that I'm not missing anything, and that's just in table 17-126-020A, the changes that in mine are showing up sort of dark blue. So for example, changing 41 to 42, 42 to 44, 43 to 46, etc. Or are there other changes? And in the footnotes to that table?
No, those are the changes made to the table are shown in track changes. Those are the ones you're seeing. And the only other addition that was made, you remember at the study session, we talked about up to 10 bonus units for projects that provide family size units, and 10 bonus units for projects that provide very low income units. And then additionally, with this revision, we added in up to 5 bonus units for projects that commit to making additional units available to special needs populations like the disabled, the elderly, female-headed households. And the reason for that addition and for these changes was to make sure that there's a clear pathway to 175 units for this Cool Street, which is what's in the housing element.
Got it. Okay. Well, I guess the rest of my thoughts on that are for after in our later discussion. My other question is on the prevailing wage commentary. So my read and my understanding is at least the workforce housing overlay most closely tracks AB 2011, and just in the note there where it's discussing SB 35 and the changes in 423. I know overall this applies to sort of a ministerial approval projects, but just wondered why we're talking about those specifically as it relates to the workforce housing overlay review section.
Why we're talking about AB 2011 is the question?
No. So 2011 totally understand, and I see that it tracks a lot very closely what we have here. But when discussing consideration of the comments about prevailing wage, and it mentions the changes, SB 35, and then the changes in 423, and I've seen the bifurcated requirements for when projects are above 85 feet or smaller than 85 feet, and a couple of other factors. Just wanted to know what section of specifically the workforce housing overlay would be, most tracking onto having a prevailing wage requirement pursuant to SB 35 and 423 as opposed to under AB 2011.
I think the attempt there was just to have a broader discussion on prevailing wage in general and when it would apply for certain types of projects. Got
it. And then so, I understand the discussion and in the staff report and prevailing wage not being required when developers use state density bonus law and not wanting to establish a unique requirement that would be different or conflict with state law. I think in some of our discussion last time, it seems like there was circumstances though in which a prevailing wage requirement would be required if the project were going through under state law, but not under our ordinance as was drafted. I know, I don't see changes that here, so I just want to understand is it your impression that, because I know we do have references to labor standards and they do reference California law and the California government codes that cover this. Is your impression then, in light of that discussion, that these ordinances do at least match state law in terms of when prevailing wage standards would be required?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we have to be in compliance with state law, so they would match. I mean, I think the idea is we don't want to I don't want to overuse the word arbitrary, but we don't want to arbitrarily put in standards in our municipal code that could potentially conflict with state law and or have unintended consequences.
But and this may be well, I don't know who this is a question for. If a project goes through, is submitted to the town under section 17-126, and we go through, what's required in here, that's a project that's meeting our local requirements and not by right under state law necessary. It could still also be a project being pushed through under a state law requirement and also matching here, but projects that don't have to be shoehorned in under a state mandate still would have to comply with this. Is that correct? Like the Venn diagram there's a lot of overlap, but there are projects that would be only Fairfax Town Code Chapter 17, Section 126, and not, California Government Code, for example.
Yeah, correct. There could be projects that would just be processed according to the municipal code.
Got it. Okay.
Right.
I think the rest of my thoughts I can hold for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bella, you got one more?
I swear it's a question this time. So on page 14, the development standards for WHO zones, there's on notes number 4, it says parking levels are not counted in determining the number of stories on a site. So just wanted to clarify that. So does that include ground floor level parking or only below grade parking? So actually in the example I brought up last time of Sherwood Oaks 4-story building, the ground floor is parking actually in a lot of those units. So that would constitute, according to our understanding, a 3-story building. Is that correct?
Yeah, the way this is currently worded, you would not count the parking structure or ground floor parking as part of the height. So it would be giving a benefit for additional height. So that would be something for the planning commission to take under consideration if you wanted to do that or not.
Is that kind of consistent with how other communities view or incorporate parking regarding building height calculations?
I would say it's a way many communities provide parking, because a lot of communities are obsessed with parking, obviously. And so the way that they allow for parking, but then also allow for the density in the units to be provided, but it's kind of it's up to the town whether they wanted to allow that or not.
I'm really confused. That's a good question. It says levels, not height. So the way I understand that is the level doesn't count. Why does that affect the maximum height? That would remain the same,
Mm.
which is quite an important distinction.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
which one is it?
I think the way that it's worded, it would be levels. Yeah.
Right. So your 35-foot gutter line would remain 35 feet.
Mhm.
If you're able to squeeze in a parking level, half underground, it wouldn't count as a level, but your building is the same height.
Okay.
But if what we're
That's
trying to
okay.
establish is height guidance based upon the actual building height, we're not actually trying to quantify levels, right? We're actually trying to limit height according to elevation above grade versus the number of levels. So
Well, the first part of that note 4 talks about the limits on the height and the stories.
Mhm.
Let's bring that to the discussion. Are there any other questions?
I just had to follow up to my earlier question. I know this is a little late in the game probably to ask this question, and it's not workforce housing specific, but have we considered incentivizing mixed use in our commercial zone? Whether it would be bonus area, number of units, or height? Have we considered that in this process?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of built-in things that would make it easier to do the commercial on the ground floor. And one thing we talked about a little bit earlier, where you have the additional height allowed for if you have the ground floor commercial in. So if you had the ground floor commercial, you'd be able to go a little bit taller than if you did not have, if you just had an all residential building.
Okay, so it is cooked in there.
Yeah, I mean, it
I
could probably be additional incentives, but yeah, there is something in there to encourage it.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
One
I have
more question
Okay, go ahead.
from me. On page 11, there's a footnote 1 that talks about Bay Area jurisdictions with non-complying general plan housing elements, referencing Government Code 65-913.4. Is Fairfax considered one of those San Francisco Bay Area jurisdictions with non-complying general plan housing elements?
Yes.
Okay. And even now that we've adopted our housing element,
It's not certified.
once it is certified, would we then no longer be in this category?
Correct. So once the housing element gets certified and the rezonings are complete and HCD gives us the thumbs up, we are compliant. Good word.
So for the sentence where that footnote appears, we're incorporating the 30% cap based on the government code language currently applying because we're currently in non-compliance. But by the time we adopt all this, we would theoretically be out of non-compliance and still maintain that 30% of gross income cap. And that's fine. That makes sense.
Commissioner Newton, I'm sorry, can you give me the page number you're on again?
I believe it's page 11. Is that right? Oh,
Commissioner Newton, you are muted right now.
I'm glad you couldn't hear my raspberry. Okay, so on page 11, this is in 17-126-020, paragraph 3. There's a footnote 1 And it comes after a sentence that says, furthermore, in order to comply with the minimum percentage of affordable units, the rent charged to these households shall not exceed 30% of the gross income of the household. And it references this government code section in the footnote as applying to jurisdictions that are not in compliance with the general plan housing elements. And so I'm just wondering, after all this stuff is adopted, where we will theoretically be in compliance, it's okay for us to keep that 30% cap on the rents not going over 30% of the gross income.
Yeah, I think the answer is we can take a closer look at this. I don't believe that we would need to have the footnotes. And we may not need to reference the government code, as you were suggesting, if we do have a compliant housing element.
But I think the question was, and I guess what you're saying is our current housing element is non-compliant.
Correct.
The one we're under now.
And I'm looking at this and wondering if we need to codify that in our municipal code.
Well, I think the other part of that, I have a question as to which housing element isn't compliant. Is it referring to the one that we're in the process of doing now, or is it referring to the one, our existing
It's
one?
just saying that we do not have a compliant housing element, period.
Actually, the council adopted the 6th cycle housing element in December,
Mhm.
right? So that is the current one. The 6th cycle
Right,
one
yeah,
is the
I
current
guess
one.
that's true. Yeah.
So then I think the question though is from Commissioner Newton is if we become compliant, right? Do you want to have that paragraph have a limit at all on the 30%?
No, that's not my question.
Okay, sorry.
I think the 30% is something we want to keep, right? We want to make sure that people are not exceeding 30% of the rent that they're charging.
Okay, commissioners, let's move this to the discussion. We're
All
still
right,
in
all right,
questions.
we can move that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to public comments, one detail question. There is reference of the 15% landscape requirement and 15% open space requirement in the document. Is that the same?
No, it's not the same, but there are provisions that some of the landscape, if that some of that 15% landscaping is usable as open space, it can be counted toward the 15% open space requirement, common open space requirement. But they're
Okay.
not one and the same.
Right, thank you. With that, I think we'll open the floor for public comments.
Good evening, Chair and Council, Chair and Commission. Rick Hamer. I am a resident at School Street Plaza, which is one of the subject overlay properties. I'd like to commend the group for their ingenuity in particularly a few specific WHO sites. In particular, these would be what used to be Ernst's gas station, okay, which is a kind of a irregular site on Sir Francis Drake. The other auto body shop and what colloquially we know as Fong Family Hill, which is a bump at the west side of a parking lot, which has been there for a long time. Reasons for this is, if someone wants to pick up a former gas station and develop it, help them because they are tough to develop. And so these sites, particularly Ernst site, was the site of many leaking Volkswagen crankcases for decades. So help them, right? and to give them the opportunity to build and make this thing financially viable. I appreciate that. But on Fong Family Hill, one of the questions I would have or concerns I have is, what is the height measured from? The hill is over a story tall by itself, and that is the undisturbed level of the earth, which would basically give that site, if it were to excavate that and turn it into another story. Also, the spoil from that site, if the adjoining sites are eligible in order to move the spoil, certainly we wouldn't have as many large 10-yarders or 20-yarders transfers moving. Another concern we have is if since two sites are adjoining or separated only by the current School Street, that would be the former Bank of America site and School Street Plaza itself. And both of these sites were developed together. Could that street be abandoned, or what would happen? What would happen if that were to happen? Additionally, that is also the access for a Little League, West Marin Little League, who basically parks a number of sites, a number of cars in there. So what would happen with those folks? And could findings be made for CS zone or a future replacement of the CR zone, which right now is under public vote? Could they apply for who overlay? Or is it only going to be limited to the sites which are identified either in writing or by the map? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed council members, in person and via Zoom. I have some things to think about related to this whole process. I'm going to start from the general and go to the specific. According to the report which was published for this agenda item, workforce housing is not defined in state law, but typically refers to, quote, affordable housing. So if there's no definition in state law, and what I didn't know, I don't know if any of you can define here tonight the different definitions of what affordable housing is. I didn't question it until a couple years ago. So I'm going to carry on here, but I just want you to ask yourselves whether you know what truly affordable housing is versus what heavily state subsidized housing is and what the implications are. According to the report, one, a three-time past mayor of Fairfax told me that Fairfax had in the past submitted 100% affordable unit housing element, which the HCD rejected. So it seems this isn't really about building truly affordable housing. The RHNA numbers that all this is based on are deeply flawed. The basis of what is being proposed is deeply flawed from the genesis, as RHNA numbers are not reproducible or verifiable as calculated according to the state auditor. For detailed discussion of this, I refer you to Amy Kalish of Citizen Marin and Mark Verville's writings that have been published on themarinpost.org. I encourage you to read their writings and question the logic being used to compel allowing these questionable changes. Now I'll move to specific issues. Please describe how designation of specific buildings as having workforce housing overlay, if you were to accept a non-legally defined term, isn't just another form of spot zoning, which as I understand it is illegal. That should be explained to the public. Two, if the intent is to provide center zoned infill, many parcels don't meet the proposed 75-foot lot width requirement. If the true intent is to create greater center zoned densities, why not eliminate the minimum site area and lot width requirements so that all center area parcels could provide so-called workforce housing, which isn't legally defined? It seems that what is instead being enabled is development of large parcels by developers rather than true center zones infill. What is truly affordable housing? and I'm almost done. If the intent of workforce housing overlays is to provide, quote, affordable housing, end quote, one needs to intelligibly and area appropriately define what is affordable relative to Fairfax incomes, not relative to Marin. What is affordable should be based on a study of Fairfax incomes and Fairfax rents. Otherwise, in reality, unaffordable rent units are being allowed to be built. Negative impacts. 1, allowing building of high-rise, high-density buildings based on inaccurate out-of-area income numbers doesn't provide truly affordable housing. It actually ups the overall rents paid in the new buildings via Marin Housing Authority standard rates, and this, by reference, ups the rents in surrounding Fairfax units. 2, the Fairfax public deserves to be provided details of the negative impact of the town of Fairfax property tax revenues of, quote, welfare exempted, deed restricted properties, so-called affordable housing, i.e. Sherwood Oaks with its new welfare exemption no longer pays the first 2 basic tax levies, which means they have a permanent tax holiday of over $200,000 per year, of which Fairfax itself used to receive $67,000. These are numbers that come direct from 2 people at the Marin County Tax Assessor's Office and verified by the tax collector. Given Fairfax's $12 million in long-term debt and $22 million in liabilities, do you think it's wise to take actions which allow the reduction of property tax revenues? Thank you. I know that's a lot to take in, but I'm happy to elaborate separately if anybody has any questions, but I think some of these things need to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Frank Yeager from Meadoway. I sure don't envy you having to make this decision tonight. It's not going to be easy. Here's the problem. Diet and Basha has proposed a density on properties with no knowledge of their constraints. Take, for instance, 615 Oak Manor Drive. The frontage on Drake between the 7-Eleven, which by the way, the county approved for approximately 50 to 60 units back in the 2016-2023 RENA cycle. That portion of 615 Oak Manor Drive is the old shale quarry where Fairfax Public Works Department used to get road base for our work in town. 615 Oak Manor Drive has never been zoned RS6. The Sir Francis Drake public right-of-way extends into what appears to be developable land. To put apartments under the shale quarry will require a 30 to 40 foot tall wall. I mean, the hazard there is unbelievable. Take, for instance, Tenolima. Tenolima has a historic Victorian home there, and Fairfax Creek setback law will require a 30-foot setback from the top of the bank. The workforce housing opportunity sites for WHO-A is very problematic. 40 to 60 units with a density bonus and up to 65-foot towers. Here are the sites. School Street Plaza, that will displace the long-time federally approved Marin Alliance cannabis outlet. The closed Bank of America is right next door. That will be included. What's going to be the impact on the town's ballpark and Little League field? The commercial strip between Fairfax Market and St. Rita's will be in that zone. The former gas station next to the Bike Museum. Fairfax Square down here on Bolinas Road. And the former Fairfax Laundry on Bolinas Road. The Fairfax Garage and Body Shop on Drake. I guess the question is how many people will lose their jobs if that's converted to housing? You know, Fairfax has tried to get rid of the last 2 gas stations in the Fairfax garage for a long time to move towards all electric vehicles. 94% of the vehicles in Fairfax are gas powered. At no time did a programmatic environmental impact report provide decision makers like you and the town council and Fairfax residents with visuals as to how 65-foot tall buildings will impact the Drake, Broadway, and Bolinas corridors. Impacts on views, sunlight, parking, and neighboring residential properties. Going to block the views. Placing second and third stories above parking lots at Fairfax and Good Earth markets, the theater parking lot, and Fair Anselm shopping center parking lots would make more sense than building the towers for real affordable housing. 3 of the oldest buildings in town from the 1800s will be torn down, and units there will be in the 45-foot tall range with the density bonus. The 3 units are the Old Timer Club, the livery stable at the rear of the oldest house in Fairfax, the gray house next to the Old Timer Club, which is now a beer pub. Remember, many of us in Fairfax are losing our insurance. We've just lost ours. Our insurance was $2,300 a month. We've just gone to $9,300 a month because we're on the California Fair Plan. Fairfax is in a wildland urban interface corridor, fires. If you own property in Fairfax, you will have to go to the California Fair Plan. If you can. Triply your insurance costs. The Lanai apartments out there where, there was a demonstration like this last week, their insurance was just raised to $85,000, that little apartment building. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there another speaker in the audience? Do we have speaker hand raised on Zoom?
We do have a hand raised on Zoom. Jane Richardson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the Planning Commission. I don't often tune into your meetings, but you just blow my mind with how much hard work you have to do. I salute each and every one of you. This is not a task that any normal human being would take on. However, I wish to address some of the things that have come into view here. I'm rather late to the game, but I have to say, resist. Resist is what we must do. This whole overlay view is horribly flawed. Someone mentioned last night at the town council meeting, it's called Flatlanders. If you look at our town from above and you look down, you can identify all these little places that building could happen. However, if you look at it from the street where we all live and have lived as I have for 40 years, it's a completely different perspective and it doesn't fly. It really doesn't. It's a dreadful arrangement. If you're going to add all of these units, 450, 850, the numbers keep moving around, but that's like thousands of people going to live in Fairfax. Our roads are already completely impacted. We can't get out of town at certain times. If there's an earthquake, a fire, a disaster of any kind whatsoever, we are all toast. And these new people who are supposedly going to be living mostly in downtown Fairfax, they will either get out first or not. If they don't have cars, which is being recommended, is Muni going to provide disaster relief? Are they going to escort people out of town when there's a fire or an earthquake? I don't think so. I think all of this really needs to be looked at in a different way, like from the town out instead of from outside in. So I say resist. In the civil rights era, people marched on Washington. I say march on Sacramento, expose these little naked emperors parading around in the Capitol as if they're cloaking themselves in their woke cloaks. They're bare naked and they don't know what they're doing. They're going to destroy us, ruin us, and at worst, they will kill us. We will die because we won't be able to get out of our town. I'm not saying we don't need to have more housing. We absolutely do. But can it be from the inside out instead of the outside in? We, the people who live here, are better able to determine where we can afford to put people, where they can be comfortable and we can be comfortable. This is not something, it's time to stop to tell them, no, don't you tell us, we tell you. If people rule the government, it's supposed to be that way, not the other way around. And again, I thank you, but I really do say, let's get together and resist. Let's have backbone. People have said it's too late. Oh no, it hasn't been done. You can't do it. You can't fight City Hall. Oh well, yes, you can. I am a survivor of the 60s. I saw things happen that weren't supposed to happen, but they did. And we can do it again. So come on, please. Don't just roll over. Let's all get backbones. Let's stand up. Let's say no to Sacramento. You're wrong, Sacramento. We know what we want for our town. We are better informed than you are. And I thank you all. It's not just your fight. It's our fight. The people of the town. Come on, people. Stand up. Let's go. Let's figure it out. We can. Thank you.
Thank you. We have
Our next, yes, our next commenter is a phone call in. Please go ahead and announce yourself. You are unmuted. Caller.
Good evening. Yes, hi, good evening. I'm James Cosgrove, live up on Bay Road. I've been a resident of Fairfax now for about 25 years. And I just first want to say thank you to the council for trying to figure out this complex issue. A couple questions that I had that for the council are the parking requirements, the density bonus, and talking about a parking study and the idea of maybe people living in the residence sharing parking. I mean, it's just not realistic on where do the extra cars go. I think there needs to be a study of traffic flow into this town. And I think we can do that. Take a look. And I mean, we should fight back with the state on the specific requirements of this community and the limitations of densification. I mean, there has to be some type of compromise. It's being taken place throughout this state. I mean, it's totally stripping our land use rights of a town where we've tailored certain zoning processes. It's taken decades, and then all of a sudden it's getting stripped away, and we're doing this densification. And God forbid if there's a fire. I mean, how do we all get out with these additional cars? Is it actually safe? Can we do that study? And then we have problems with traffic flow in town. Who's going to pay for all these new cars that are coming into town, and how the cars are going to be flowing in and out? We're going to have to spend that. It's going to be an additional cost. So there's a lot of additional costs here that I don't think we're considering, and also the specifics of our topography and ingress and egress. So I just hope that we can push back and compromise with the state like a lot of these other communities are doing, instead of just rolling over. And I know it's a difficult issue, and I mean, the whole thing is, I know there seems to be a lot of confusion with the council, and I think the public is even more confused on the questions of the proposal that's in front of us. I mean, I know we're still hashing it out, but that's just my opinion on it. And I think we're entitled to a reasonable quality of life here in Fairfax. And if this goes through, there won't be on a car issue, and God forbid a fire. So thank you.
Thank you.
I see no more hands raised online, Chair Jensen.
Then hereby we will close the public input, public comments. We're not going to directly answer all those questions, but I do want to make a comment on the general sentiment. I think we understand those concerns. I think all of us understand those concerns. But this is not a or question. It is not whether we do adopt this and not protest or vice versa. It is an and question. If we were not to bring our code in compliance we might lose all control of what's happening in Fairfax. And I think that is what is being done here. Staff, the planning director, the consultants, they've been working very hard to put something together to prevent that. That does not mean that if you feel you don't agree with what the state is doing, that you as the public, we as a town, can protest that. It's not an or, it's an and. And I just want to make that point. With that, we're going to bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Swift.
Before discussion and my comments along those lines, I had another question. And it was brought up by, I think, one resident, but I had also seen it, in another jurisdiction. We have two parcels here. One is Tenalima that has the oldest residence in town. We also have on the east side of Fairfax, we have the old saloon, which came before the Planning Commission when it changed from a hair salon to a restaurant type eatery. And there was a historical review of the building, and there were some comments addressed to the interior of the building, the outside. I think there was also some discussion to the bar that was in there or is in there. So that I know has had some historical context review. So how do we address those for sites? Tenalima may not have had any official review, but it's known in our local history books and everywhere else that it is perhaps one of the oldest buildings, residents in town. And we have the other site. I know we just had a different parcel come before the Planning Commission where there was a request to do a historical study of that building to address, what could be changed, what couldn't be changed, the recommendations there. So how do we address those in general? And we have two of those sites that are part of this effort.
Yeah, the EIR anticipated this type of scenario and provided mitigation measures to address it. And so there's actually a series of mitigation measures in the Cultural and Historic Resources chapter of the EIR. So any property that is over 50 years of age is potentially eligible for historic listing. So the first mitigation measure requires an assessment of that property. Is it historic? Yes or no? And then if it is found to be historic or potentially historic, then the mitigation measures go on to prescribe requirements for the protection or the preservation of that resource. And they specifically refer to the Secretary of the Interior's standards for historic preservation and require that any development on a site with an historic or potentially historic resources respect those guidelines, which are intended to preserve the building in its on site as a primary directive. Those standards also would potentially allow for that building, if it's safe to do so, to be relocated to another site. But these standards, they're federal level standards. They're the gold standard for historic preservation, and the mitigation measures in the EIR require that they be respected.
So within that context, does the applicant go through that process? So for any building that we have, and I know I saw, and I think it was another local community where theirs was 45 years. So interesting, kind of, it's the same consultants, but a different number for that community than ours. I mean, pretty much everything's over 50 years. here, if a site's been built. So that would be a part of all of these then, potentially, to go through that process.
At least that initial assessment, yes. And 50 years is so actually in state law, it's 45 years, but 50 years is a more stringent. It's casting a wider net because anyway, 50 within we're getting to the same thing, but 50 years will cast a wider net to make sure that nothing that's on the cusp of becoming historic slips through.
Okay, that was the only question I had.
Go ahead.
So this is a discussion period, right?
This is the discussion period.
Discussion
Yes.
period. Cool. Okay. I want to address some of the public comments around fire risk, around quality of life. And first of all, I want to say that, I'm very grateful for the legacy of Fairfax residents who were involved in open space preservation for so many years. It really contributes enormously to the quality of life in this community. And it's maybe the most powerful legacy of, the Marin County and particularly the town of Fairfax. I also want to say that, when we're talking about quality of life, I think one of the important questions today is quality of life for whom? I don't think anyone in Fairfax would want to view themselves as living in an exclusive community. And I think that, this point of view that additional density, additional housing is going to compromise quality of life, I think is actually potentially a way of reinforcing kind of exclusionary practices that have resulted in our community not being as diverse as it could, not being as welcoming as it could, not being capable of supporting people who work here, who work in our stores, who are service workers, not being able to allow teachers and firefighters to live in our community. If, I don't think anyone in Fairfax would consider themselves wanting to be part of an exclusive community, but by attempting to obstruct the state mandated housing laws, we're actually potentially resulting in exclusivity, which I don't think is what any of us want. There's a lot of evidence out there that density built around transit, which is built into the workforce housing overlay, can enable us to shift away from auto dependency, right? There's a lot of concern about additional cars, which is a very valid concern here with a lot of living in the wildland urban interface. If we build the housing that's proposed here in the workforce housing overlay adjacent to transit stops, adjacent to the grocery store that you can walk to, adjacent to the library, there's a strong likelihood that that is going to actually reduce auto dependency. And that, I think, is a goal we all need to share regarding the future of this community. We need to shift away from patterns of land use that are resulting in auto dependency and resulting in a much larger carbon footprint than I think the world and our community can handle. My third point is, the longer we take, and this is about actually, I believe that our community should have some measure of control about what gets built here. And the longer we take to, dragging our feet around getting a state-approved housing element, the longer we put ourselves at risk from someone coming along using builder's remedy, which was your point. So I want to make sure that this workforce housing element actually accomplishes the job of incentivizing workforce housing for people in the 80 to 120% AMI. I think the less prescriptive we can make those requirements, the more inviting, the more incentive we can build into those requirements, the less likely it is that the development community out there will just circumvent our code and use things like state housing density bonus laws. They could say, hey, I'm going to do 100% affordable housing project. I could double the density on that lot by state law. I don't think that's what we want. So I guess when so now zooming into something very specific, because there's only a handful of sites in this workforce housing overlay, I think Commissioner Newton's point earlier about visuals, maybe it does make sense to have bigger, taller height limits on one side of the street or the other. most of these types of studies I've seen have some kind of accompanying graphics that show you the potential outcome from different objective standards, and none of that's in here. I think it's very hard for me to understand what the implication of a reduction of the building height for 1/3 of the building and actually increasing the lot coverage. Those are sort of abstract planning concepts, and I'm a designer. This is part of my profession, so I would recommend that given that there's a limited number of sites in this workforce housing overlay, if our consultants could provide some examples, some precedents of very tastefully done infill housing, so that when we start to think about, and our community starts to think about a 35-story building, it's not some big scary number and we're not so attached to the height. I want us to be attached to housing quality and to architectural quality, not some arbitrary height limits that I don't think are going to accomplish what we're hoping to accomplish. So I guess my, recommendation then is, could we have the consultant look at some precedents and actually help us understand the implications of some of these changes that we're proposing to the code for, reducing the height of 1/3 of the building height, so we can actually understand the sort of massing implications of what is going to end up in our objective design standards. Thank you.
Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, I just want to respond. I think that asking the consultant to prepare an analysis of particular issues to present to the town council might be feasible, but I don't think we're going to be able to delay taking action on this item by asking for our own analysis. So I just want to throw that out there. I also wanted to respond to some of the comments, from the public, and I really appreciate not only the folks who showed up to talk or spoke by, telephone or Zoom, but also the correspondence we received both for and against the overlay. And, we've spent a great deal of time over the past couple of years working on, the housing element, the changes that, are coming because of the state law and the housing crisis. And, I really want to try to understand what people want us to fight for, because I think we all care about safety and we all care about affordability for people who have the least ability to pay for housing. And, unfortunately, we have state laws that make it very difficult for us to sort of preserve some of the discretion we've traditionally had in this town to, decide if that's the right shade of purple for the house you're going to build or whatever. But, I think we have to look at what we're fighting for and try to figure out how to provide more affordable housing in a way that detracts the least from the concerns I think most of us share, which are our safety, our infrastructure, our services, our open space, and our beautiful environment and the natural world around us in this town. And so I think for us, we're as like the planning commission, we take our direction from the town council. And, it's been a really rocky road going down here. We've had, as pointed out by one of the commenters, say Fairfax, I think it was the changes in the consultants that we had to go through all the various ups and downs of this whole process has been, really turbulent. And I'm just trying to figure out how we can best tweak things so that our 2 cents about what's important for us, what reflects our values, can be honored in what the town council, I think, has asked us to do. And so when I think about those values, I think about, as pointed out by every commenter who comes and talks to us about this stuff, is the safety. It's also the infrastructure, it's also the services, it's, and it's our nature, nature. I wonder, Commissioner Bella, if we want to recommend a WHO A1 and a WHO A2 and a WHO B1 and a WHO B2 for whether or not it's like backed up against a hillside or downtown, sort of in the middle of, sort of a flatter zone. You know what I mean? And, I don't want to make it that complicated either. So I have a lot of thoughts about like particular provisions, and I don't know if we want to, I don't know how you want to address that, Chair Jansen, but I'll stop talking now.
Thank you. Other input? Commissioner Kelly?
Okay, so I think I agree with your sentiments, Commissioner, about trying to build housing that's appropriate for a town. I do think there's opportunities for more density, possibly bigger buildings in town. I think that it's more specific than our current zoning regulations are effective for, unfortunately. I think there are areas that are up against a steep hill that could afford a taller building, but there's nothing in our code that says that right now, not that I am aware of anyway. And that is possibly an overlay that we would have to consider, maybe different categories. I think that is something that's maybe a good avenue for exploration. I don't know how we do that tonight. I will pound the table a little bit more for our central commercial zone. I'm very concerned that we're going to lose commercial spaces to housing in those particular areas that we've identified. There's only 3 of them or so, but they're important. And I did find the area that we've incentivized, and I thank you for making me look deeper on note number 4, which allows a height increase for if they use a mixed use, right? I'm wondering whether maybe we could amp that up. And maybe that is an opportunity for an increased story or another small, more smaller units would be great if we could somehow apply that. So we actually get units for presumably lower income targeted audiences, right? In those zones would be fantastic. That would be exactly what would be a good thing for our downtown. If we could somehow incentivize a developer to develop those areas in our core that had both retail use and smaller units on the same site, that would be fantastic. I was trying to read that note and wordsmith it myself to figure out how we could do that. I think it would be a positive. and something that we could possibly do tonight. I just, that's the issue that I see that's most in most need of all of the changes that I'm seeing tonight, is both making sure we're getting the housing that we want to need in town. Because I do think, I agree with you that we're, by putting our head in the sand and saying no development here isn't going to be effective. So what can we do to be effective and have the development we want is, I think, the question. And I'll just say it again, that our downtown core is one of the priceless things about our community. And I want to help try to affect that in a positive way tonight.
A quick amendment to that. I understand that. I think in our last session, the incentive, if you keep commercial on the ground floor, was that you get an additional story, which is now limited to 1/3. So maybe that is overcompensating. Now, the importance of why it was reduced is that you do not want a building taller than 35 feet. So there's but I think, so if you use a setback, so maybe it needs to be half instead of a third. And so you up it a little bit. And that also plays into, right, there are no longer 36-foot possibilities. Those are gone. Commissioner Pfeffer, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so appreciate a lot of the sentiments already expressed. That it's not going to be the focus of my comments, but just since we've all been talking about the height right now, just while it's
Your sound is dropping.
While we're all focused on the height right now, I just will talk about that first. There's plenty on speaking.
Whoops, can you speak up a little bit louder because you're fading out? Thanks.
1 second. How is this? Okay. Starting over. So since we've all been talking about the height requirement, I'm just going to start with that, even though that's not what I was planning on addressing first. I think part of what's going on here is we are trying to, as we've all been discussing, comply with state law, which requires certain objective standards for by right development under certain circumstances. I would want to ask staff and our town attorneys, not for this specific project, but to think more and see how it works with compliance, where if you do have this by right option, you are limited to 35 feet, and then a separate code section that allows for height exemptions in a more what's been a more traditional planning process. Because I think ultimately what's going to happen if some of these sites are going to be developed is a developer is going to talk to the town and sort of coordinate how the project comes together with the town and what they can do and can't do and what works. And it seems to me some of these sites we would want to be able to look at on a case-by-case basis, where the town would prefer to add another story and use that to mitigate some of the lot coverage, and be able to weigh in on certain other design elements, sort of separate from these baseline requirements that they still could pursue by right. I think that does allow for a more savvy developer to come in and say, hey, there really shouldn't be a big issue with adding another level here. And I think you all would appreciate if the lot coverage was less, or if we had more green space, or the units were set back from the road a little bit more. Just, not a for this agenda item project, but I think it's something that should be considered and at least mentioned to the town council. Also want to add in some perspective here as Chair Jensen mentioned to start out, we're thinking about and looking at these ordinances not in a vacuum, but under the consideration of what happens if we don't adopt and we aren't doing enough to be in compliance. And I appreciate very much the sentiment of those who want the town to fight back on some of the state laws that don't fit Fairfax very well. And I appreciate Fairfax's history in pushing for some of the issues in which it's won legal battles against the state. Unfortunately, legal regimes change and state laws become more onerous and consequences become more severe. One of the things I am most focused on, as Commissioner Kelly mentioned, and as we've all mentioned in a lot of commenters, is what the additional increase in Fairfax's population and density does for safety. And ultimately, where I bear out, one of the first consequences, and it's the easiest for the state to impose, is a lack of access to state and federal funds, which Fairfax relies on a lot. If you look at the budget, and for some of these public works projects, applying for grants and getting state funding and using and allocating federal funding to do a lot of the road work and a lot of the hazard mitigation work and things we have, and we won't have access to that money if we don't have a compliant housing element, if we're not meeting some of these requirements. And that's a big deal, because we're all living under the Prop 13 regime, and so local towns like Fairfax rely a lot on applying for state and federal grants to get some of the bigger projects done. I think we need to be focused on not jeopardizing that. Also, just some more cynical perspective on the law is that it's all made up, right? It's just somebody's got to enforce it. In terms of not wanting to have X or Y in an ordinance and fight the state, ultimately, if we want to enforce our rules that the state says we can't enforce on people by the housing element as is, we're going to have to go to a court. We're going to have to go to the state to try and enforce it. And they're just not going to enforce our rules. There's no pushing back here, because unless the town physically blocks the development from happening, if they have the legal right to do so until we successfully or not fight a state law, no one's going to come in and enforce our point of view on someone developing. So I think there's a lot of downside in not making sure that we are in compliance and adopting what we need to get a compliant housing element. A lot more downside than there is to upside for Fairfax. With this specific ordinance, I do think there is room to make sure that we are pushing it to reflect Fairfax's values as much as we can. And on that note, something we talked about last time's question I had initially earlier is on the affordability and targeting housing for low-income households. My understanding of this table and what it looks like is it seems to make it more financially feasible for developers to come in and add more low-income units so that they're able to get a higher density. But my main issue last time, and it's still an issue for me, is the categories we're using and basing these off of. The state law requires, as is noted in this table, that rent charge for these sort of affordable units don't exceed 30% of the gross income of the household. And so that's whatever, if we're saying that these are for moderate income households, for low income households, as is defined, it's going to be that 30 requirement. And what people have raised last time, given the differences between area median income and Fairfax's specific median income, and what the actual salaries of the people that this housing is intended to help out with. Keeping the for sale trigger and the rental trigger at moderate and low, I don't think reflect what I had intended in my comments, at least last time. And rather than, I mean, I don't mind, obviously, the increase in density for this sort of affordable units, but my preference on what's actually done to address the need to more strenuously target who most needs this housing would be to reduce the categories from low to very low or extremely low, something that would be reflective of, I mean, we have a local school district that has a public salary schedule so that teachers in Ross Valley School District could actually afford the units. The low income categories don't cover it. You've got to go to at least very low, if not extremely low, depending on household size and work tenure. So I would like to see at least that change suggested to the town council ultimately to where we can reduce references from low income units to be very low or extremely low. For the labor standards, I understand and I appreciate the discussion. I think there's actually a simpler solution. The staff report talks a little bit about not wanting to have unnecessary complexity or conflict with state law. I think, people obviously have a lot of concerns about these projects in general. I think if we're going to have them, they should be built, they should reflect the types of labor standards that we would want to see done. And I don't think it would be that complicated to just have the ordinance say, if you're doing a ministerial approval process, a by right approval process, you will meet X labor standards in state law, unless state law requires that you be able to have this project without meeting these standards, because state law doesn't prohibit having more strict standards for labor. It's setting a minimum labor standard. And so we can say we have a higher minimum labor standard in certain circumstances, unless otherwise required. I understand that for some folks, there's a fear that would impact the amount of development that ultimately happens. But, as I expressed at the last meeting, I am extremely skeptical of that claim. That's it for me right now. Thanks.
I have a follow-up question for Commissioner Pfeffer. If I understand correctly, so you would like to see a larger portion of low and very low income units be part of this program. Do I understand that correct? That was the intent?
So no, well, yes, but the intent of my comment here and what was and was not changed between the study session and now is that since this is meant to be affordable housing for workforce salaried individuals and earners, that low income as a category, which is based off of the Marin County area median income, does not actually reflect what would be affordable to the population of Fairfax and the population of Fairfax's local workforce. And so if we're aiming to meet the ideal of affordable housing and workforce housing, the references as is to low income should be, because this is an HCD category, should be instead of low income, very low income or extremely low income.
Yeah, yeah, understood. but we have to meet the RENA numbers in order to make this compliant. So what that would be in addition to that. I'm unclear how that would contribute to what we're trying to achieve.
Well, I mean, I guess the perhaps the consultants or the planning staff could have a, you know, if there's a formulaic approach on affordability requirements, or if it's just sort of a subjective assessment by HCD whether or not it's supportable to say we'll build the amount of units that we're saying will be built if we say the category is low versus very low. I don't know if there's just a you slash X number of units from being built X percentage if you make somebody have a requirement for a very low income affordability versus low income.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I can say that if you do overachieve and you, like, let's say you produce more very low income units than you need to, then you can apply those to the RENA requirement for low income units. So if you overachieve, so that, you know, now contrary, if you overachieve on the moderate, you can't apply those to lower, but you can go up the ladder the other direction.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Swift, then Commissioner Newton.
Okay, so I go back to the workforce housing. There's no requirement to have workforce here in the housing. I'm concerned that within this, we've addressed that this housing is within our commercial area, but we still have 2 sites outside of the commercial area that are identified. One, a portion of an RS6, one is a UR7. So I'm concerned that while we're addressing this within the commercial area, we're stating that, but we're not doing that as far as the parcels that have been identified. They've been identified, I think, maybe more from a sense of what might be considered underutilized. So we've got the church that I'm not sure is like viable. I mean, not, you know, is being used or not. And it's out there, and it's somewhat similar to kind of Victory Village where that church was ongoing, but the congregation was getting smaller. So we've stuck a UR7 in there as underutilized. We've got the RS6, which is a portion of the 615 parcel there. That's not in our commercial area. So I'm kind of confused as to, you know, why we're identifying this within the commercial areas, but we're not really limiting it that way. I'm also concerned, as Commissioner Kelly said, about our downtown area. I mean, we had a town center element in the current general plan. It is a vibrant area. It is where people come. I'm concerned that there would be the option to take a commercial building and convert it to 100% residential. Somebody mentioned, you know, job loss there, which I hadn't even considered, but, you know, for some of these, you're actually losing employees potentially when you do that. I think it also, you know, just impacts potentially services that our community uses. You know, one of the sites I think is the garage. So a lot of folks in town use those services. So, you know, we're impacting our commercial area with the potential to go 100% residential, with the potential to lose jobs and to lose services that this community uses and relies on. We talk about parking.
and that I'm concerned that, and, there'll be disagreements with my fellow commissioners on this, but I have never seen a reduction in vehicles in this town. I've lived here a long time. When I moved here, there were far less vehicles than there are now. And we see that everywhere in town, up in the hills. We have downtown the potential to add a lot of new residents. And, I disagree with the approach that is if we put housing next to transit, then that's going to reduce car usage, especially in a community like ours where the transit isn't robust. We have an older population. I don't see a lot of people, that would walk to a grocery store that might have a family. So I think those thoughts that we would reduce car use by putting residential near transit stops doesn't work here. We're bringing in potentially with some of these with the density a lot of new residences, and I don't see that we're considering appropriate parking for those residents. We already have, we talk about, I think the comment was made that doing some of this would increase the vibrancy of our downtown area. Our downtown area is already vibrant. We have people, we have our own residents that can't come down and use the facilities at times because there's no parking for them. And I've heard that from young people who talk about their parents that can't come down because there's no parking. In the past, the town council has had groups of citizens from the surrounding neighborhoods go to the town council and complain that the parking for downtown, and again, we're vibrant, so we're bringing in everybody outside the community to our downtown area, that those cars are bleeding over into the neighboring communities. And they've come and complained that, that people are parking in their driveways. There's no parking for the residents that we have here. And we all talk about with applications how this town was built in a certain way that, didn't provide necessarily a lot of on-site parking. So we've already had that issue before, even without the additional density that we're looking at. So I'm concerned about that. And then there's the ingress egress that everybody talks about with the safety, so that's a known issue. So this whole, what I see before me tonight with what we're identifying as workforce housing, where it's located, the impact it could have already in a commercial area that provides services for the community, and the lack of parking, are a real concern for me with what I see before me. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Commissioner Newton.
Okay, so I still have, comments on particular provisions within the reso and the attached language, but just to review a couple of the issues that the other commissioners have raised and be clear about my positions. I have questions even about the allowance for the additional story on pedestrian friendly ground floor commercial, because I have so many concerns about the height. But I do think creating a north of the street, south of the street approach to the height issues is far too complicated and just not worth it. And I think that the question about whether we could use a more traditional planning process to address the height issues and look at them more on a case-by-case basis would be great if we could do stuff like that, but I'm just not sure that we can do stuff like that anymore. It has to be objective, and that means case-by-case evaluations of whether something can be built against the sheer wall of rock quarry face versus in the middle of the downtown in front of a beautiful undeveloped hill versus like that's what I would like us to be able to do, is have some discretion and look at these things individually. But that's exactly what we're being asked to figure out how to do it without doing it on a case-by-case basis. In a way, we have to do it objectively. I wanted to mention that the conservation element of the general plan has a whole bunch of stuff about preservation of historic properties within the town. It's a whole bunch of, there's a goal. I think it's the last goal of the conservation element. And there's a whole bunch of policies and programs that, like most of the policies and programs in our general plan, they need to be implemented, and we haven't done a lot of the stuff on that. If the planning director is, looking for a to-do list, we had a whole committee at one point looking at implementing things in the general plan. It's a bear, but there's a lot of good language about preserving the historic structures and stuff in the town. There are also, even though we can't limit, the occupants to Fairfaxians or specific types of workers, there are income limits. And to get at that extremely low and very low income earners, I think our RENA numbers do divide up how many units we're supposed to have. And I think we've already talked about that, but I looked at this a couple of years ago and we were at about 37,000 annual income for one person to qualify as extremely low, and about 61,000 annually for one person to qualify as very low. And low income in Marin was at about 97,000. And those incomes, if you were looking at 30% of them, came out to about $900 a month for a single extremely low income renter, about $1,500 a month for a single very low income renter, and about $2,440 a month for a single low income renter. The moderate income renter would be paying about $3,000 a month. And, I think for Fairfaxians, those are unrealistic numbers. And they're a couple of years old, so the numbers are probably a little different now. But I think what we heard about the way that the numbers were developed, it was like there was a whole mathematical penciling out of development costs and, what the returns were going to be that prevented, I think, us using the extremely low and very low housing numbers in these provisions. It all seems to be, focused on, much higher level of income and ratcheted up a little bit more on that ladder, and I don't know. So I didn't do, all that math that the people that developed this did to come up with those, assessments of what would be realistic. And, we don't want to create something that's going to shoot us in the foot by allowing for no affordable housing development at all. It's like I'd rather see people at the low income level getting affordable housing than not. You know what I mean? So I don't know, Chair Jansen, if you want to sort of go through some of the more nitpicky little issues that I spotted or not.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Newton. I think I've got 9 items down here that I've heard that I think would be recommendations. If we can go into some details in a little bit. I think, first of all, maybe I should make that statement. I think we all understand that that it's important that we move this forward, notwithstanding all the concerns. But so if there are, so I have actually 8 high scale things that I listed down, so I can go through them, make sure that we cover everything. If there are some very specific items that are in the text, then we can maybe add them at the end. So if I summarize where we are at this point, the first one is that there needs to be a clarification or an adjustment whether the map or the table is being used for the properties. The second one is that in the text, it should reference that this is a special meeting, not a regular meeting or a study. The footnote on page 11 referencing that we are non-compliant needs to be reconsidered, whether that is to be included or not. Regarding number 4, regarding a bonus for putting commercial spaces on the ground floor should not be a third of the building, bumping it up from 38 to 45, but it should be a half or something similar to that. It should be considered to provide visuals for the next town council meeting and the public that illustrate what that exactly means. Number 6, that was number 5. Number 6, there is from multiple sides, a desire to focus more on the ultra low and low income to the degree that's possible. So maybe that is something in how it is incentivized that could be put in. Maybe it cannot, we don't know, but that desire is there. There should be some clarification regarding the 2 non-commercial parcels and how those weave in. Maybe there's a conflict, maybe not. And then there is concern about the reduction in the parking, in the required parking as a bonus. On the one hand, it's understandable that it's needed. On the other hand, it doesn't seem to be that people drive less, they drive more, regardless. That's a concern part. So those are the 8 that I have. Did I miss one on a high level? I hear none. So then let's move Commissioner Swift. Go ahead.
Sorry. Can you talk a little bit about the process from having a housing element and at the end of the housing element cycle, the parcels that we've identified in the housing element weren't built? And how HCD now looks at, which maybe they didn't do previously, but how they now look at your last, and I just need the clarification, your last housing element and where they see that certain parcels haven't been built, what is their come back to us going forward into the next cycle? If that makes sense. I think you know where I'm getting. Okay.
I think I'm understanding what you're saying. So, Fairfax is already subject to many requirements because there are a number of sites, and particularly many of the sites we're talking about tonight, that were identified in prior housing elements and didn't develop. And so the state looks at those type of sites and has imposed requirements that are intended to fast track the development or overcome any constraints on those sites. So, for example, a non-vacant site that was included in a prior housing, non-vacant meaning has some sort of level of development on it, a redevelopment site, maybe that's a better term, that didn't develop, was identified in a housing element, didn't develop. Now the state has said, if the owner of that site says they want to develop and they're going to make 20% of the units proposed on the site affordable to lower income households, then they're entitled to a by right process. So no discretionary action. That's something that has been that is already codified in state law and applies to many of the sites in Fairfax. So whether or not there will be new additional requirements in the seventh cycle or partway through this cycle, whether the state may come and try and further incentivize or further address constraints, I don't know. But I think maybe the answer to your question is that there are already a number of requirements that the state has put in place to address that situation that apply here in Fairfax.
So, and I guess where I was getting to with that, and I know we look at this or have heard comments that, we put this together, but we don't control whether we don't build them, others build them, but we don't control whether these properties get developed or not. So at the end of our 8-year cycle, none of them may be developed, right? But I think as we look at what we're putting in our housing element, that's something I think that kind of needs to be at the back of a mind, knowing that in previous cycles, maybe there weren't any downside to having something on a housing element identified. And because we don't do the building, it wasn't built, then we just didn't make it. And there wasn't any downside from the state as far as how we treated something that we put on our housing element. So that has changed as the state has gotten stricter and stricter. So I think that also, needs kind of to be in a mindset to say, what we look at what we're putting in our housing element, it's not just that we don't build them, it may not get built, but anything we put on there has ramifications potentially at the end of the 8 years from whatever the state's going to come up with in relation to having sites identified that weren't built. So I just wanted to kind of just ask the question to clarify that.
Yeah, what might be helpful is in the housing element, we do have a map. It's map 3-4 that identifies sites from prior housing elements that are being carried forward, and they're highlighted. Those are the ones that are subject to the by right provisions. It's actually most of the overlay sites, but you're right. There are a couple. For example, the French Laundry site was not, and so if that site doesn't develop in the next 8 years, then potentially it would be subject to by right in the future. So there's a few that were not that are identified in the overlay package that hadn't been in prior elements and aren't and could be subject to addition in the future, but it's not that many.
Thank you. Wrapping it up, Commissioner Newton, if you have some detailed comments, then if they are typos, I would, in the interest of time, request you if you can simply send them by email. If we need to discuss them now, then please go ahead.
Okay, the signature line in the resolution talks about a regular meeting. It should say special meeting. There's some renumbering of provisions necessary at 17-126-020A. And I would also recommend we include something in the staff report to the town council about recommending the development of criteria to grant or deny applications to add future properties to the overlay. And that's about it.
Thank you. So the last would be item number 9 on the list of recommendations.
And
Commissioner Smith?
I can go ahead, because I found, and I didn't get through all of them, but I found some confusing statements or incomplete sentences, that type of thing, in that, so I can just make a list and send it to y'all.
I think staff and consultants have done a great job balancing all these conflicting interests. With all these recommendations, is there a motion?
I can make a motion. I just have to pull up the reso. I'm sorry. I move adoption of a resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission recommending the town council adopt an ordinance to amend the following chapters of Title 17 zoning of the Fairfax Municipal Code to implement Program 2A of the Fairfax housing element to create a workforce housing overlay. 17.012 zone districts established, 17.092 CL limited commercial zone, 17.096 CH highway commercial zone, 17.100 CC central commercial zone, and also address the 9 comments listed by Chair Jansen, summing up our discussion this evening.
I'll second.
Call the roll. Swift,
So I don't take what I'm going to say lightly and what I'm going to do. But I'm going to vote no, just because of my concerns for what we're doing within this.
okay.
It may be, if I may, through the chair, it may be important to understand that a positive recommendation going forward to the council requires 5 affirmative votes. If there are 4 affirmative votes, it is a negative recommendation. That's pursuant to the town code.
Please continue.
Okay. Bela,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Pfeffer,
Similar to Councilmember Swift, I think there is a significant room on affordability and labor standards, and vote to recommend the council not approve this. Nay.
okay, Newton,
Aye.
Chair Jansen.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I count 4-2.
Yep.
And so this will proceed to the council with a negative recommendation.
Thank you. Before we continue,
Oh, yeah. I got a
I
break.
put in a 3-minute pause because I need to use the restroom, so I can do that now.
Can we go 5?
Recording
All right, 5. Welcome back. Before we start with item 2, this is called.
Go ahead and call the item.
Okay, call the item. We'll proceed to item number 2, 79 Wood Lane. Can we get a staff report?
Yes, and before we have a staff report, I'd just like to point out that as the town attorney, I am representing staff, both planning staff and the building official. And I have another attorney who is attorney for the commission tonight. Her name is Joanna Jin, and she shows up on the Zoom.
You guys ready?
Yes, please, staff report. Thank you.
Okay, in January of 2022, the Planning Commission approved a project at 79 Wood Lane. They granted a number of discretionary planning permits to allow the construction of a three bedroom, 3.5 bathroom, single family residence with a detached combination 2-car garage with an accessory dwelling unit. The basement, there was also included in the proposal a 469 square foot basement and second floor of the proposed, I'm sorry, I lost my place here because it's so fat. Yeah. Okay. So it was to allow a 2-car garage and an attached ADU. The approved project included an elevator in the main residence accessing the 469 square foot basement and the second floor of the proposed residence. The basement was also to be accessible from the exterior of the structure and was to be used as a mechanical room for the residence heating and cooling system. The residence was also to have an interior stairway beginning on the first floor and accessing the second floor. The Planning Commission approved the project based on a set of plans prepared by Laura Caroline of Fred Devine Architects. And the expectation was that the project would be built to conform to the approved plans. The building permit for the project was issued on August 4th of 2022. Shortly after the building permit was issued, the building official discovered that the basement, which was supposed to only have 469 square feet of basement area, while the rest of the basement area was supposed to have 8-foot ceilings, while the rest of the underfloor area was to be crawl space with overhead clearance of around 18 to 30 inches. But that whole area, the whole underfloor of the house was excavated so that it was at the same depth as the basement. It all became basement, basically. The building department posted a red tag and stopped the project construction. The applicant's attorney filed an ex parte application on August 29th of 2022, seeking a lifting of the order to stop work. Through negotiations, the applicant agreed to work with the building official to reach agreement regarding the basement. The applicant subsequently modified the subfloor so that the east and west sides of the subfloor areas have slightly higher finished elevations than the center portion of the basement, but not high enough to comply with the Planning Commission approved project plans for the basement and crawl space area. No information was provided to the Department of Planning and Building Services on whether the change in the excavated basement area changed the excavation and fill amounts that were approved by the Planning Commission in their January 20th, 2022 action, which was for the excavation of 130 cubic yards of material and the fill of 125 cubic yards of material. Work was allowed to resume by the building official when the areas of the underfloor that were supposed to be crawl spaces were partially filled, though not to the extent shown in the plans that were approved by the Planning Commission. On June 5th, 2023, the building official went to the site to perform a framing inspection and discovered that the project was not being constructed in accordance with the Planning Commission approved plans and the approved building permit plans, and he suspended the building permit and stopped work on the job. Shortly after that, the owner presented revised plans proposing construction of a multiple unit building to the building department. Subsequently, the building official reached an agreement with the owner that would allow him to continue working on the portions of the project that, pursuant to new state laws regarding ADUs and JADUs, did not require planning commission review and approval. So the portions that are now ADUs and JADUs by law had to be processed ministerially. But the agreement was that he'd be allowed to continue working on the 2 units and on the portions of the house that were going to match the approved building and planning plans, while seeking approval from the Planning Commission for the unpermitted changes that had been made to the exterior of the structure. The agreement included submitting the required planning application to the Planning Department to legalize the changes made to the exterior of the structure. To date, the applicant has not submitted an application to the Planning Department seeking approval of the revisions to the approved plans, despite being told that he needed to since August of 2022. He submitted a set of kind of a basic set of plans that didn't include very detailed information to the building official, which allowed us to determine that there were now going to be 3 units. And so based on those plans, those incomplete plans and inspections of the site, we were able to determine that the following changes have been made to the approved set of plans that the Planning Commission acted on. The house has been shifted approximately 3 feet to the southwest. The 210 square foot front porch that ran the entire width of the first floor front of the structure in the approved set by the Planning Commission has been removed and has been replaced with an approximately 91 square foot front entryway. The peaked roof over the front porch has been replaced with an approximately 440 square foot second story roof deck. The 400 square foot 2-car garage ADU structure has been eliminated. The garage was 400 square feet. The ADU is larger. So that's been eliminated, and the garage has been shifted back into part of the area that was supposed to be where the ADU was located. So it now maintains a 30-foot setback from the house when the approved set had the garage 25 feet, I think, from the house. In addition, the foundation that's been poured for the garage or the accessory structure at the rear of the house is about 14 feet wide. And so that's not wide enough to accommodate the 2-car garage that was approved by the Planning Commission. It really will only accommodate 1 car. The elimination of the ADU and the shifting of the garage back, that actually has lowered the retaining wall that the Planning Commission was shown. They approved it at 10 feet tall because it was going to be the back of the ADU. That's actually come down to about 4 feet. The unapproved plans that were presented to the building official show a 180 square foot deck at the ground level at the rear of the building, main house, the main residential structure. The portion of the top floor that the Planning Commission approved to be a deck has been converted to living space as part of the JADU. And then in order to access the JDU, there's a deck, a stairway that's been built on the back of the house, an open stairway. Then it will connect with the lower run of those stairs will be interior, I believe. But we don't have complete plans, so we're not absolutely sure. Additional living space is shown in the basement, including an ADU and an office and a half bathroom for the main residence. To comply with the building code for air and light, a window well has been constructed on the east side of the residential structure that projects out from the structure wall, maintaining a 5-foot setback from the east side property line. A second driveway has been added to the northeast corner of the site. That's not permitted by right. It requires the approval of a driveway exception from the Planning Commission. Also, the second driveway is located in an area where the Planning Commission plans show 2 trees to be retained, and no tree removal permit has been granted for the removal of those 2 trees. The windows on the east side of the first floor have increased in number from 4 to 5. The windows on the east side of the upper level have increased in number from 2 to 5. The window at the rear southeast corner of the first floor has been replaced with a sliding glass door to the rear level ground deck that I mentioned earlier. That wasn't shown on your plans that you approved. The ground floor of the west side of the structure was approved with 4 windows, but the revised plans presented to the building official propose only 3 windows. The approved plans for the upper floor of the west side of the building showed 2 windows, and the revised plans provided to the building official now propose 4 windows. 2 clear story windows have been added to the basement floor on the west side of the structure. The window over the kitchen sink is shown as being a bay window. The approved landscaping plan has 2, I already said that. The landscaping plan that you approved shows 2 trees where the second driveway is now proposed. The proposed exterior changes listed above are subject to review and approval by the Planning Commission because the project was granted the required discretionary permits by the Planning Commission to facilitate its construction. Construction that's occurring now is in violation of the conditions set forth in Resolution 2022-01 approving the project at 79 Wood Lane, since the structure and garage locations and exterior designs have been changed from what was approved by the Planning Commission on January 20th of 2022 by the Commission's adoption of that resolution. The applicant has failed to submit the required application, fees, plans, and reports to apply to have the Planning Commission consider after holding the required public hearing, modifying their previous decision and original project approval. The town staff and the town attorney's office have been involved with the unpermitted construction both in and out of court since August of 2022. In August of 2023, after the building official suspended the building permit, the property owner's attorney filed another writ seeking reinstatement of the permit. In addition, on September 7th of 2023, the property owner filed an administrative appeal of the building official's suspension of his permit. And on September 13th, 2023, the town council met and heard the appeal. The council upheld the building official's suspension of the building permit until such time as the property owner submits a completed application with accompanying plans and fees for the Planning Commission determination on the unpermitted construction and unilateral modification to the approved plans. At a hearing in Superior Court on October 6, 2023, the court allowed the property owner to proceed only with previously approved construction and found that the property owner is entitled to a noticed hearing prior to any further suspension of his permit. Parties will return to court on January 17, 2024 to report on the status of the issues. Staff recommends that the commission suspend approvals for application 20-17 for the project under construction at 79 Wood Lane by adopting resolution 2024-02 immediately following this report in your packet, and continue this hearing to a date certain no earlier than the regular Planning Commission meeting scheduled for March 21st, 2024. The property owner is directed to submit a completed application, appropriate plans, supporting documents, and required fees for the modifications made and plan to be made to the approved plans at 79 Wood Lane no later than February 7th of 2024. Alternatively, the Planning Commission could move to revoke application 20-17 for the project under construction at 79 Wood Lane by adopting the second resolution in the packet, resolution number 2024-03, and setting forth the findings for revocation of the previously issued discretionary permits. This revocation would be appealable to the town council. And
I think the dates have been changed in the resolutions to be March and May.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Apparently, the dates have been changed in the resolutions to be March and May. So let's just look at those for a minute.
The idea on the suspension is to give the applicant enough time to have proper plans prepared and submitted, and then to have staff enough time to review them prior to a continued date of the Planning Commission. And so I believe,
You know what? Do I even have them in here? I don't even have them.
I believe we're allowing more time, March for submittal and May for the continued date of the Planning Commission meeting.
Ironically, I did not get the resolutions that were prepared late into my packet, so I'm gonna have to go off the town attorney's memory.
Yes, I
unless
will,
you
well,
have it.
I have them.
You can pull it up. But I remember we did shift it because, once, with the shifting of the house over and the creation of the window well, there's going to have to be some kind of either an engineering revision to the drainage plan or a statement by the project drainage study, the engineer stating that the change has not modified the originally approved drainage plan. That has to go to our town engineer. He has to review that. And they have 30 days to review things. So we decided we needed to shift the dates. Are you pulling that up for us?
Mhm.
Yeah, let us just check on the dates.
Okay, so I believe resolution 2024-02 for temporary suspension. The continued date for the public hearing would be on May 16th, 2024. And the applicant would be given until I believe it's March. Hold on, let me look. March 5th, 2024 to submit plans. And that means full and complete plans, geotechnical drainage reports, all the fees required, etc. Completed application. What she said.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff?
I'd just like to ask, is there one of the requirements to provide as-built of what's actually there? That'd be great, so we
Yes.
can understand what is planned and also what is actually built would be great.
What is actually built and what has not yet been built but is planned that is different from what was approved.
Right.
Great.
Any other questions? Seeing none.
And so since this is a quasi judicial hearing, I recommend that you now hear from the applicant.
Yes, understood. If the applicant's here, please come forward. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, can you please open the hearing?
This is Joanna. The hearing is open. Public hearing.
Am I on now?
Oh, Mr. Friedman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hey, Rich.
Hello, sir. Sorry, when it switched me to a panelist, I cut out for a minute, so I didn't actually hear what's occurring right now. Can someone give me an update on where we're at, and then?
They gave me the floor.
This is
So
open.
please introduce.
Okay,
Yes.
excuse me. Excuse me.
Let's hold for
Okay,
seconds
hold
and
for
get the
1
order right
second.
here.
All right. So, Mr. Harris, Richard Harris is Mr. Friedman's attorney. And so Mr. Harris apparently has come in. Are you speaking for your client or is he speaking? It's now the time for his presentation. So you can certainly speak for him or he can speak, however you two want to do that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I have a statement to make, and then Mr. Friedman also has a statement to make.
Okay, I think the chair has something else they'd like to say. Can you officially open the hearing, please?
Yes, the hearing is hereby officially
Thank
open.
you.
Thank you. My name is Richard Harris. I represent Jacob Friedman in relation to this matter. I understand that his comments have been forwarded to the commission. I also would like to point out that it was mentioned what the court ordered in October. I just want to make it clear that what the court stated was that Mr. Friedman was entitled to a hearing prior to any suspension of his permit. The permit was suspended in October 2020, in August of 2023, And my understanding is that the red tag has not been removed. So at this point, it appears that it is continuing to be under that same suspension. I wanted to mention that, and then I understand this is our time for our presentation. Mr. Friedman does have a presentation to make, and when that is complete, I understand there will be other statements, and I would request an opportunity to respond to any other statements that the commission hears before making a decision. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Thank you for volunteering to this commission. So here we go. I've been constructing this home since summer of 2022. I've lived in Fairfax for the past 30 plus years, since 1993. I built my current home in Fairfax in 2004. I'm building this house as our new home to live in, to accommodate our present needs and circumstances, which include accessibility, ADA issues, among other things. This is not a spec construction. All the modifications I've made to the approved design are all within the code and have been reviewed and drafted by my engineer for structural and code compliance. Any future modification I may make before completion will also be reviewed by my engineer. It took me more than a year to get the permit, primarily because Linda Neal did everything in her power to stall and delay the approval. The record on that is clear and speaks.
Excuse me, may I object to the characterization, the personal attacks on staff?
I don't think it's a personal, it's a fact. This is not personal attacks. Is this a personal attack? I mean, I'm stating the facts here.
Please proceed.
Okay. So let me read the sentence again. It took me more than a year to get the permit, primarily because Linda Neal did everything in her power to stall and delay the approval.
I am again
Mr. Friedman.
objecting.
Yeah, Mr. Friedman, please refrain from pointing to persons that do or do not things stated in general terms.
Okay, so I'm giving you some examples of what happened. So contrary to a requirement of the planning code that excavation and retaining walls should be kept to a minimum, Linda insisted that I lower my house down to the ground, even though the house was below the height limit, which resulted in more excavation and higher retaining walls. Okay? During the approval process, Linda abused her discretion when she decided that my structural plans and soils report should be sent to a third-party reviewer, even though the plans and reports were prepared by a California licensed engineer. This slowed down the approval and cost me more money. Number three, later after the third-party review, which came back with zero comments, Linda attempted to stop the permit from being issued because of minor interior changes to the orientation of the plumbing to the plumbing fixture in one of the upstairs bathrooms. Linda insisted that this minor change should go before the planning commission, only so she can delay me even more. She finally agreed to let it go when she received an email from Laura Caroline, my architect, questioning her logic and motives. Number four, Linda also attempted to delay the issuance of the permit after Rick Ford, my neighbor to the left, went to see her to complain about my request that he removed a 12-inch encroachment onto my property. Linda finally relented when my previous attorney, Linda Klein, wrote to her to let her know that she has no legal basis to hold up the permit. So that's been my experience. This meeting tonight that was called by Linda to have you vote on either to suspend or revoke my permit is especially egregious, given that the building code allows me to submit modification to the structure after they are complete. That building code 107.4 states, any changes made during construction that are not in compliance with the approved construction documents shall be resubmitted for approval as an amended set of construction documents. No timeline for submission is prescribed in the code.
Mr. Friedman, if I may, there is a copy of your presentation on file, and there is a record of that if it would help to expedite that. So if you want, you do not have to read into the record the comments. We do have
Well,
it.
I'd like to read into the record.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Jin. Mr. Freeman will continue.
I'll continue, and I may read it a second time if you guys did not get any of it. For this reason, I've not submitted any changes to the Planning Commission until I'm done with all the changes. If I submit them piecemeal, I expect that Ms. Neal would take this modification as more opportunity to delay me.
Please make
Again,
no.
objection to the personal attacks.
Yes. No, you are assuming things, and so don't do that, please.
That's been my experience.
Please refrain from assuming things like that.
Okay.
Continue.
All of the changes I made are within the code and should be approved ministerially. I'm entitled to this under new state laws related to ADUs and other modifications which are in compliance with all objective standards of the planning code, which should require only ministerial review of home construction like mine. I had an agreement with Mark Lockerbie, shown on Exhibit E of your packet, which, other than the timing of when to submit the revisions and for what purpose, I agreed to everything else Mark had proposed, and in exchange, Mark agreed to allow me to continue construction. I've kept to the agreement, but the city is now trying to renege on that agreement. The town has legally, Melinda, can I have some water? I need some water. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Okay. Where was I? So I said all these changes I made it within the code and all that stuff. Okay, now number 10. I had agreements with Mark Lockerbie. I talked about that. The town has legally withheld my green card. Illegally withheld my green. Okay, no, hold on. I did not finish it. I had an agreement with Mark Lockerbie, your Exhibit E, which, other than the timing of when to submit the revision and for what purpose, I agreed to everything else Mark had proposed, and in exchange, Mark agreed to allow me to continue construction. I've kept the agreement, but the city is now trying to renege on that agreement. Sorry, I read it twice. The town has illegally withheld my green tag, even though all the electrical work has been approved by Mark. Now the town is moving forward with this proposed suspension or revocation because I'm insisting on receiving my green tag. In fact, Mark told me that the town wants to hold the green tag hostage to make sure I submit the modifications. Make sure I submit the modification. Since this is not a valid legal basis to withhold the green tag, the town, in an underhanded way, decided to suspend or revoke the permit to stop my project instead of doing the right thing and issue the green tag. All my neighbors would like to see this construction finished ASAP. Stopping me now when the construction is within 1 month of completion makes no sense. As I've mentioned before, I've been a Fairfax resident and a taxpayer since 1994. I don't think that a decision to suspend or revoke my permit and expose the town to further losing litigation is a wise use of town's resources. The town should know how expensive legal fights can be. In fact, I would like to know, as a taxpayer, how much did the town spend on the legal defense against my lawsuit challenging the last stop work order, which the town lost? Can anybody please tell us, the Fairfax taxpayers, how much did this senseless legal battle cost us? I'd really like to know. Is that a public information?
If you could instruct Mr. Friedman that he needs to finish and then his questions will be addressed.
Okay, all right, I'll finish.
Please do so.
Sorry, I'm off script, Richard. I have lunch. Do you think it is wise for the town to throw more good money after bad to defend the indefensible? Next time will probably be even more costly for the town and no upside, nothing to gain. How is that prudent or responsible? A few more words about me and where I come from. I'm a staunch proponent of our civil rights, property rights, and our rights to free speech and self-expression as granted to us in the Constitution. I'm not a fan of government intrusion and chipping away at these rights. I love Fairfax, and I know a few people in this town. I don't know anybody here who does not agree with me on this. Unless I or any of us residents of this town do something illegal or in violation of the building or planning codes, why should we allow bureaucrats like Linda Neal, who
Please,
doesn't even live in this
Mr.
town,
Friedman,
deprive
please
us of
do
our
not
rights?
make accusations. Please. Thank
Linda
you.
is a bureaucrat. She doesn't live in this town. What accusation? It's
please.
not accusation. These are facts.
Mr. Friedman,
Right?
confine yourself to the subject.
Okay. All right. I'm just stating facts. I'm not accusing anything of anybody. I'm just stating the facts. Okay, where was I?
Number
Shall I read
17.
that paragraph again, or everybody got that?
Please continue and wrap it up. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to read it again if you don't mind, really, because otherwise I lose my train of thought. When you stop me, I got to reboot, and so I got to.
Mr. Chair, you are within your discretion to direct the applicant to proceed. And we do have a copy of his presentation in written format.
And we have read it. So please proceed where you left off and
Where I left
wrap
off,
it up.
okay. Also, as a community, we all know and struggle with the housing crisis in Fairfax. I don't see how delaying a project that will provide 3 additional housing units, a main house, an ADU, and a JADU, will help mitigate this crisis. On the contrary. Anyway, having said all that, I'm willing to move forward and submit the modification and fees when I'm ready, and am willing to cut the town a check right here and now for the future review. Unless the Planning Commission orders me to tear down the entire structure now, I don't see the point or purpose in you stopping me now. The only thing that makes sense to me is that you want to make sure that I pay for the review of the modifications, which I'm willing to do now, so to stop this madness and avoid a costly legal battle. I promise to submit the changes when the house is done at the latest. So Linda does not stop me again if and when I make more changes down the road.
Again, objection.
Finally, Linda gave you only 2 options to vote on in a staff report. 1, to suspend, or 2, to revoke my permit. She could have given you other more sensible choices. Example 3, decline to take action, or 4, grant me an extension of time to submit the modifications without stopping the work. However, and despite all my arguments, if you decide to vote only on the 2 options that Linda gave you, instead of other options to extend the submittal, I request that you give me enough time to button down the house and weatherproof it and the site before we stop the work, so to minimize any damage that may occur to the house and adjacent properties due to the potential adverse weather conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions for the applicant?
I had a question. I thought Mr. Friedman's
Please go ahead.
attorney was going to make a statement.
Ms.
I have a
Swift?
question.
Oh, I apologize. I was going to respond to that question, but
Well, before you do, I think Commissioner Swift was just asking if you were going to make another statement. And I was assuming you were going to wait till after public comment, but you know, it's up to you. I was simply going to ask on the last thing that was stated about needing additional time to batten down the hatches, as it were. If you had heard the dates that the town attorney mentioned, we're going into the draft resolution that would give you until March 5th to submit the plans, and if you had a reaction to that. Thank you.
I'll certainly let Mr. Friedman respond to the technical details, but I do believe that if he were able to continue construction to March 5th and submit the plans at that point, he would be able to make it safe, as you were describing. Is that correct, Mr. Friedman?
Yes, yeah, I can certainly, if you could let me continue work, I can submit the plans by March 5th, yes.
Just to clarify, the resolution is a suspension of work with the submission of the materials due March 5th.
What's, Rich?
Yes, that is how it is styled. That's what we're requesting. I'd also like to indicate that the building official, Mark Lockaby, is here and he's able to answer any questions after Mr. Friedman has finished his portion. He's able to answer any questions about the condition of the site at present.
Thank you. Yeah, first we'll finish up questions for Mr. Friedman if there are any others. Seeing none. I believe a question for council. Are we going to have open microphone for public?
That's a question for Ms. Jin.
You can have comments. My recommendation would be to close the hearing, but you can, yes, you can have comments.
Okay, so we'll open it to the public. If there's anybody who would like to come to the mic and speak. Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody in the audience? Anybody on Zoom?
I do have someone on Zoom, Chair.
Okay.
Robert, please go ahead and talk.
Yeah, hi, commissioners. Robert Eckhart here, Wood Lane. Just a point of note, if Mr. Friedman had followed the approved plans that he was given from the city, then there would obviously be no need for legal fees. So, I mean, he's the one that started this, and he's the one that's created this mess on our street. It's not the city, it's not anybody else but Mr. Friedman's fault for having the arrogance to think he is not going to follow the plans that our commission approved. The context of the street is so important, and our commission deliberated and directed the architect to try to match the scale and the grain and the traditional massing on the street. My critique of the house at this point is the proposed home did have a roof over the main floor, and this helped mitigate the boxy, almost Motel 6 look that it has now. Without that roof, it's just going to be this big, clumsy, massive, unarticulated box, and that's not what our town approves at all. So I would encourage the commission to revoke the permit and direct the applicant to direct his architect to revise the exterior to be as close to the original approved architecture that our town saw in the beginning. So again, the scale and grain of that street was very important. Our town listened, and Mr. Friedman did not. And I think we need to hold him accountable. And he's the one that's causing all this legal morass we're in. And if I were a lawyer, or if I were a judge, I would slap him with every fee that the city has incurred at this point because of his arrogance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have other?
Yes, I have one more. Michael, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Just to first respond to the previous commenter, characterizing the home as a Motel 6, I think is unfair, and it's not your street, you don't own it, and your point of view on architectural style is irrelevant. Considering I find some of the homes on Wood Lane to be sort of detestable architecturally as well, but that's not the point of this meeting. Second of all, from my understanding from Mr. Friedman's statements, it sounded like he had an agreement with Mr. Lockaby, the inspector, on the plan to move forward. And it doesn't sound like he violated that agreement. So I'm not sure what the purpose of this meeting is, considering that it doesn't sound like there's been any violation on his part. And his attorney has mentioned that it sounds like the red tag was never actually lifted, even though the Superior Court of Marin mandated it as such. So this really seems like a waste of town resource. We're paying for this external lawyer, Miss Jin, out of our own tax dollars. And just think that instead of delaying this project even further and imposing more fees, why don't we let this man finish his project and have it be resolved between the planning department and the property owner separately once the project is complete. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Do we have any more speakers?
Chair Jansen, I see no more hands online.
Okay, we close the public comment. Considering the complexity, I think before we go into a discussion, I could imagine that the commissioners have questions either for the building inspector or for counsel that we have out here.
Chair,
Commissioner
Chair, were
Newton?
you gonna let the attorney for the applicant say anything else at this point, or closing the hearing? I mean, I know you closed the public comment, but I'm just wondering about whether you're leaving the public hearing open to allow for Mr. Harris to make any more statements if he wants.
And thank you. And Mr. Chair, I would recommend that you afford the applicant the opportunity to make closing remarks. Along with that would be the opportunity for Mr. Harris to speak. Then you could close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you for that recommendation. Are there any closing statements from the applicant or the attorney?
Thank you, Chair. Richard Harris again. I don't know that I have anything additional to add at this time. Supposing that I do believe that Mr. Friedman is correct, and the best course of action is to either push out a decision to allow him to continue his work and to approach all of the changes at that time. If there is more information or argument, I would again request to be able to respond. But if the hearing is closing at this time, those are all the things that I'd like to bring before you. Thank you for your time.
I'd like some clarification on again, the statement about what I thought I heard Mr. Friedman talk about was taking steps to weatherize the site, basically, if there is a suspension of the work, and that he would need some time to weatherize the site, or as I referred to it, batten down the hatches. Now that, in my mind, is not continuing to undertake the work, but that seemed to be the interpretation of my question. So I'd like to be a little bit more pointed in my question about whether or not there would be some time frame necessary for work to secure the safety of the site given potential weather events coming up between now and if we go with the resolution for the suspension early March.
Commissioner Newton. Oh, sorry. I wasn't
sorry.
sure who that question was directed to.
Well, if I may, I'd like to provide a little additional clarity and offer a suggestion. There has been work continuing on the site pursuant to the direction of the Superior Court judge on items that have been previously approved by the Planning Commission, just not on things that have not been approved. So work has continued, and I believe that you should direct a question concerning weatherizing to the building official.
Okay, So I think first step, we're closing the public hearing because we have received the input, which means if that's correct.
Well, I would make the comment, Mr. Chair, that if you think that if Mark will provide some information and there will be additional clarification or response by the applicant or the applicant's attorney to allow that to proceed.
So you recommend that we keep that open so that that all the comments become part of the hearing. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, accepted. That means that it comes back to the commission with questions for the building inspector, Mark.
As far as weatherizing, the home has, the roof is complete, the siding is complete, the windows are installed, the doors are installed, so the house is pretty much weatherized. The exterior, the grounds could use either jute netting or hay could be put out to disperse the water because it's just kind of muddy now. So that could use some work, but I don't think that there's a lot involved to weatherize it. The work that's being done now is pretty much finish work. The home is insulated, sheetrocked on the inside. And the last time I was out there, they were finishing up finish work on the inside. And it looked like they were getting ready to start on cabinets and that type of finish work on the interior. As far as weatherizing, I think they're pretty close.
Does that include the drainage system around the house? Is that in place?
The drainage system is in place and is working.
Yes, go ahead. Bella.
Question regarding, so the applicant described that there was a process whereby he could submit some additional documentation of some changes from the approved plans, and I just want to get some clarification on that. What is?
Our position is that he has constructed not according to approved plans or the permitted plans, and that some portions of his changes have been allowed by new state laws regarding ADUs and JADUs, but there is a substantial disconnect between the approved plans and what he's constructed. The house has been shifted over. The drainage needs to be looked at again because now it's all different. The exterior stairs, the roof, everything that is not part of an ADU or JADU that has been changed requires, pursuant to our code, to come back to the Planning Commission with a set of revised plans, revised drainage because the house has been moved, and have it looked at again by the Planning Commission to review and approve those changes. You may approve those changes, you may decline to approve those changes, but it needs to be constructed according to approvals granted by the Planning Commission under the code. And that just simply has not happened. So that's our position.
And just a follow-up question, I think someone mentioned that there's been a second driveway built and then removing 2 trees that weren't.
No, he hasn't built the second driveway yet, but the incomplete plans that he presented to the building official showed a second driveway in an area where the approved set of the approved landscaping plan that was approved by the Planning Commission had 2 trees that were to be retained there. And there was no recommendation from the tree committee and no approval for removal of those 2 trees yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
To follow up, so it seems to me maybe that whereas the confusion is, so there are 2 things. There's complying with the building codes and there's complying with the zoning codes, including any recommendations for landscape. It sounds to me that building code issues regarding electricity or foundation or engineering have been looked at during construction, but the overall project itself is a complete shift from what originally was presented to the Planning Commission, complying with the zoning codes, including variances. And that's where it goes wrong, because those have not been reviewed, and we don't know if those do or do not comply. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
So at this point in time, whether or not you would stop work, as long as we have not the ability to come to that conclusion, whether it complies or not complies, the applicant is in danger that it would not comply. It's a highly risk thing. So the sooner that can be resolved, the better. And that means that we need to get the complete plans of what's there and anticipated to get in there so that we can process this. That's why we're here together, I presume.
So at this point, I think you can check with Ms. Jin, but to see whether you want to close the hearing, have any further testimony, and bring it back to the commission.
Well, I have a question about what you just said, Chair Jansen. You're talking about we don't know whether the plans would comply or not comply. And what I think I hear you saying is we know that the plans don't comport with the plans that were approved, but we have yet to see the plans that reflect, what the applicant is trying to build. And that until we see those plans, we can't say whether or not we would approve them, right? Is that what you mean by comply or not comply?
Yes, correct. And it sounds like, and maybe that's good to confirm, it sounds like that the building inspector does not see any specific item that would not be compliant with the California Building Code.
If I may interject, have we closed?
Mr. Chair, I would recommend closing the public hearing at this time.
Okay, good suggestion. We'll close the public hearing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Locker,
So yes, that is correct.
So that boils it down to a review whether or not the anticipated project complies with the zoning code. So
Actually, I think it's whether it complies with the approvals granted by the planning commission.
correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I thought we had just discussed that. So, in my view, if we had approved a set of plans and the as-built reality does not reflect what was in the approved plans, the question is more about whether we could make the findings to approve plans that have these differences, right? And it's really a question of whether we could make the findings for the new version of the plans, right?
And our position is that you don't have a new set of plans yet, and that's what we're trying to get for
Right.
you.
But that's what we would be asking ourselves when and if we receive the new plans is, are we able to make the findings that would enable us to approve these plans?
Correct.
Commissioner Pfeffer.
Thanks. I think Town Attorney Colson's last point sort of gets to where I'm at in this review. And, while I appreciate all of the background and context we've received, it seems to me, at least in reviewing, that the main question on whether or not the main reason why it's being suggested we may not temporarily suspend and follow the staff recommendation is because of Mr. Friedman's position that the building code allows him to submit modifications to the structure after they're complete, which, it sounded off to me. So I went to review and read 107. I also read some other background material here where it says work shall the 107.4 the building code, what's being sort of the turning point in this issue is it says work shall be installed in accordance with the approved construction documents, comma, and any changes made during construction that are not in compliance with the approved construction documents shall be resubmitted for approval as an amended set of construction documents. And my impression of what Mr. Friedman's position for why the submission of documents can come later is that he says there's no timeline for submission of the documents, but it's not that documents need to be resubmitted or what have you on a timeline. It says any changes made during construction not in compliance need to be resubmitted for approval. I think the whole point of the initial submission process and review and the purpose of this section is that you shouldn't be doing work on plans that haven't been submitted and approved. It seems to not be very efficient or effective to approve plans after the fact. And I still have not heard or seen any reason why, outside of what Mr. Friedman's allowed to do by right under state law, and outside of what's already been approved and not changed, why in this instance, somebody doing construction would get to continue doing construction that has not been approved. Once the plans are submitted, it's another story. But I agree with the staff report that construction that has not been approved pursuant to set of plans or is approved pursuant to state law should be suspended until hearing at a date certain.
Commissioner Swift.
So I think in our original reso, we put a statement in there about modifications and changes have to be approved or go to the planning commission. When I read the staff report and see the changes that have been made and the communication between the applicant and the planning department, there's never been any statement by the applicant that he would be willing to submit plans or changes before the project is completed, to include the statement that he read tonight, which states in item 20, I promise to submit the changes when the house is done at the latest. So I don't see the intent here to submit changes or go through the process that has been tried to get Mr. Friedman to comply. So I think between us, we have a resolution to suspend. We have a resolution to revoke our prior resolution. And I would put forth, since he hasn't stated anywhere that he's willing to submit changes before the project is done, that I'm not sure what a suspension will do. And I would be supportive of revoking our prior resolution, just to get the discussion started.
Commissioner Kelly.
I'd like to add to that. It just in the sure. In the vein of boring you all with reading a lot of things about this particular item tonight, I just went back and looked at the minutes from the first two times we've spent a lot of time on this project, this being the third. The first time we heard the project, there was a lot of, I'll just read it. There's a request for hill area residential development excavation, design review permit, and tree removal permit, and a combined side yard setback and retaining wall height variance for a 1,936 square foot, 2-story, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, single family residence, attached 704 square foot accessory dwelling unit, and a detached 450 square foot garage. Okay, that was the first time. That was the request. And I just wanted to remind myself of all the things that I've already considered about this project. The architect at that time gave a presentation, very extensive presentation about the project. One of the things said that the roof will have a shallow 4/12 pitch, as an example. It was very specific about floor to floor heights, 9-foot ceilings, 8-foot ceilings above on the second floor. The applicant described the project as a modest master bedroom, kitchen, living area on the ground floor and 2 small bedrooms on the second floor. With a 2nd story, 1-bedroom, 1-bath ADU. There was, of course, a lot of deliberation, a lot of town concern over the project, just to remind everyone. And my comments at that time were that I was encouraged by the idea of pushing the garage way to the back of the site. I was disappointed that some of the yard was being filled with parking. I was concerned about the drainage of the property. And I asked them to revisit their shade study in response to some concerns by the neighbors. And at that time, I supported the staff's recommendation for a continuance at that meeting. The next time we heard the project, it had grown. So all the same variances and permits were requested, with now a 2,210 square foot building, 23 foot 2 tall, 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath, single family residence with a detached 400 square foot, 2-car garage with an attached 500 square foot studio, accessory dwelling unit. I was actually encouraged by the changes that the applicant made at that time. I think he listened to his neighbors and did some good things for the neighborhood. One of which I remember distinctly, put a big porch across the front, which lowered the scale of the building, really made it more of a friendly neighborhood building. And so my comments at that time were that the revisions they made were good for the neighborhood. The shorter, lower street facade and pulling the front porch to the front rather than having cars in the front of the building makes for a better design. The new design is a better scale for the neighborhood. Moving the ADU above the garage is a good site response, and it will decrease the bulk of the house. And again, though, I did give a disclaimer that I was still concerned about the drainage. So all of that is to say that, you know, we spent a lot of time making sure that this was a good project for the community, that it was a good project for the street, for the neighborhood, and for the town. Right now, I have no idea if any of this is even applicable anymore. I kind of have a feeling it's not. So I agree with you, Commissioner Swift, that I think revocation could be in order.
Any more comments from commissioners? Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, I just also want to comment on the idea that you could submit the changes after the building was completed if, for example, some of those changes had permanent repercussions, such as taking down 2 trees to build a second driveway. So I, oppose any sort of effort to get us to approve something after it's a fait accompli. Over.
Just catching up on all of this, and then considering the recommendation or suggestion to consider revoking the permit. What would be the implications of that to the applicant of revocation of the permit? Could someone explain that to me, please?
Yes, I can do that if you'd like. So the code speaks to the power to revoke previously granted approvals. And if the construction at 79 Wood doesn't have any approvals, the approvals have been revoked, then the applicant would need to basically start over and come in with plans showing what he's done and all of the geotech requirements, everything. Again, pay those fees again, all as a brand new application to seek the Planning Commission's approval for what has been built and what now apparently he wishes to build. And he would basically be starting over with considering the fact that there is construction there and there has been excavation there. You could look at the project anew and decide whether or not, for example, a basement is appropriate, considering that water has to be pumped out from around that basement constantly to keep water from going into that basement. And that water is pumped out to the street and is running down the street. And I think the planning staff can talk to you about how many complaints they've received about that. But that's the consequence of having your permit revoked. Seeing as how that's fairly harsh, that's one of the reasons why we have a lesser option, if you will, an opportunity to suspend all work, just stop what you're doing right now, just stop, and come in with a set of revised plans showing what you've done that's different from what you have approvals for. Show us what you want to do to finish the project up and address some of the issues that may come up with having shifted the house over, having modified in some fashion the drainage, and be able to have the Planning Commission look at that, giving the applicant enough time until a March date to be able to get architect's plans, to be able to get a civil engineer to look at the drainage, to be able to get all of those documents together, we thought was reasonable. And having the commission continue the hearing to a date certain in May, your meeting in May, would give staff enough time to review all of the submittals and draft up a staff report and give you an opinion as to whether it was complete or not. And then you could, at that point in time, review what was submitted, or if Mr. Friedman had not submitted anything, you could, at that point in time, then move to revoke. But it gives him one last chance to try to comply with the law, to try to provide the commission with information about what he's done on this property and what he further intends to do on the property. Because it is apparent from the site visit that it's not the same as what's been approved. So that's the reason for the two options. A revocation is definitely authorized by code. He has constructed not in conformance with his approved plans. And I will point out that the approvals from the Planning Commission are what inform the construction drawings. And so modifications to the construction drawings can be approved, but only if they're in conformance with the approvals granted by the commission. And so Mr. Friedman has, for whatever reason, gotten himself into a position where he's done something that is not in conformance with what he was allowed to do or told he could do. And so whether you want to give him the opportunity to rectify that and have one last chance, because we have been working with him since August of 22 to try to get him to submit, to come back in and submit. And if you want to give him one last chance to do that, I think that would be a good opportunity that you should do that. But if you don't, you can go ahead and revoke. These options are available to you.
Commissioner Swift.
So, if we were to revoke, that would then be appealable, staff, to the town council, correct?
So a revocation would be appealable to the town council. A temporary suspension with continuation of the hearing to a date certain would not be a final action because the hearing had been continued to a date certain. And so that final action would happen in May, presumably. And you can only appeal final actions. And so a revocation would be appealable to the town council right now. Continuing to the May date, giving him the opportunity to submit is not a final action that's appealable to the council until you reconvene in May and take final action, at which point, if it's against him, he could appeal to the council.
Any other input from commissioners? Questions?
I just wanted to make a comment that I think it's inappropriate to call out any individual planning staff or staff person involved in a planning approval process. And so I think that was a distasteful use of this forum, and I would discourage that kind of use of language in previous conversations at this commission.
I appreciate that comment. Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Yeah. So, I will concur with Commissioner Bella about how distasteful I find the disparagement of our planning staff, who I think have been incredibly patient and especially in light of the, option of adopting the temporary suspension resolution as opposed to just recommending the revocation out of the bat. So I'm going to move to adopt resolution number 2024-02 of the Fairfax Planning Commission temporarily suspending Planning Commission resolution number 2022-01, and there's a typo there in the title, including approvals for a hill area residential development permit, design review permit, excavation permit, and tree removal permit, and a minimum and combined side yard setback and retaining wall height variance for a residence located at 79 Wood Lane, application number 21-17, until a complete application, including required fees, is submitted and acted on by the Planning Commission at a public hearing to be held on or before May 16th, with the typo in whereas clause number 7, which says would submitted being addressed, and the signature line on the bottom of the resolution indicating this is a special meeting rather than a regular meeting. And the including the requirement that the applicant would have until March 5th to submit the plans, the revised, or the plans for the Planning Commission's consideration. Over.
Commissioner Newton, just confirming that that motion also includes the continuation of the hearing to May 16th, 2024.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll call the roll. What?
Can we get a short continuation for him to winterize? Say 15 or 20 days?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can we get some time for him to winterize 15 or no?
Only if you specify what that means.
I would say it would be 15 days to get out jute netting or hay on the site and button up anything where the rain could cause mud to get in. So we'd be putting wattle in and his best, well, it's basically winterizing of the site with wattle and jute netting and hay or whatever, so that we don't get mud out onto the street when it rains.
Am I to understand that means no construction on the buildings?
That's correct.
That you'd have to, Chair, you'd have to ask the maker of the motion. Thank you.
I would
Yes.
definitely include that in my motion.
Second.
Swift,
No.
Bela,
Aye.
Kelly,
No.
Newton,
Aye.
Chair Jensen.
Aye.
Oh, PJ, thank you. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Commissioner.
Aye.
That passes. Yeah, that means I need to retire. Oh, 4 ayes, 2 noes.
That it passes.
Passes.
Thank
The
you.
The suspension.
So that concludes item number 2 on the agenda, and that is the last one. There are no discussion items. There are no minutes. Are there any commissioner comments or requests?
I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Swift.
If I can find them. I had a couple. One, we had brought this up before, and I don't know, kind of the status of it. I'd mentioned that the council is able to post comments at a certain time for a meeting. Is that something that, staff has looked at the ability to do that for our meetings?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Linda.
Are you talking about posting written comments that people submit on the website
Correct. So
before the meeting? They
right,
come
by
in
a certain time, well, with a certain cutoff time, those are, and those are submitted, then for the council, they have been able
Yeah.
to post them.
So.
And I don't know what their time frame is or day to do that.
So that was a direction of a council member, but I'm telling you that I literally, like, what would you propose? I mean, I get letters coming in like at 3:30 and 4 o'clock this afternoon, right? Right? And so you start putting a cutoff, people don't pay attention to those things and you get people angry. Why was his comment on the one, mine wasn't? You know what I'm saying? You have a very small staff and no clerical help. I would say no, but I'm the low person.
And I think it's already,
You can talk to the planning director.
I would argue that it's already on the agenda. It says before 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting, you may email written comments to the planning commission. Comments will be provided to the commission prior to the meeting and will become part of the meeting record. I mean, we can't open the door and accept comments the last minute and then expect us to scramble around.
And I wasn't thinking the last minute. I would even look at something like the day before or whatever to be able to have them online, because I know you guys are, especially on the day of a meeting, but I mean, it's your decision, so.
Can I ask are you, like, so for single family home projects, bathroom addition and stuff, I don't really even know how appropriate that is. But if it's like a staff report that affects the whole town, I could maybe see doing that, right? Like housing element comments. But I don't really think it's appropriate, but maybe it's just me to start posting neighborhood comments on a little addition. You know what I'm saying?
And I think for if we're doing zone changes or some of the other things, then other than a small application, then I think that would be good for the public. So
But I
something
think
to
maybe
consider.
maybe we should agendize it for a future meeting. You can discuss what your cutoff wants to be
Okay.
because you have literally 3 person in your planning department, no clerical help. One person gets sick. I mean, all bets are off. You know what I mean? It's not the kind of thing where we can really guarantee and plan things like that. We like to do what's required by law, and all that extra stuff, maybe when we get more staff, I don't know.
Well, and we can agendize that
Everyone thinks
for
I'm
a
negative. I am.
discussion with the commission.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
still going.
all
I know
right,
you guys
all right.
want to I'm still going. And I appreciate that you're able to put up the PowerPoint from the briefing and have that up. And that was up today, like by noon. It was awesome. I think that helps us to have something ahead of time to look at. And I know it helps the community to have those as well. So I appreciate that. And hopefully we can continue to do that. So thank you for that. And then my last comment is I sort of wanted to issue an apology that I should have done this at the December meeting, but it was 12:30 and we're all kind of out of it. And I hadn't thought really what I wanted to say, but I'm apologizing because at the end of that meeting, I didn't voice my appreciation for our town planning and building department. I know the department sometimes doesn't get the recognition it deserves. And, when we're here and we have applicants come in, many of them during the course of us hearing their application, they'll mention it, at the podium that they appreciate so much the work that the staff has done. You, Cara, many times people comment that they're so appreciative. We have the building official, which doesn't get a lot of comments necessarily in our commission meetings, but I'm out on the street and I hear people saying how appreciative they are of the work he does, or when he, to help them, or when he goes and does an inspection, how helpful he is. So certainly include Mark in that. And then you guys are always responsive to us. And a lot of times, we add to your workload with that. But you're always helpful to us. So I just wanted to say thank you to you all publicly on the record. And I also, so to the 3 of you, and then I also wanted to say how much I appreciate our new planning director. And it's been refreshing. He's, you've been helpful to us. You've been willing to listen to our input and take it to heart. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone.
Well said, Commissioner Swift. Thank you.
And that's all I had.
Okay, well, we're not done, folks. We are going to the planning director's report. Oh, sorry. Was
Can
this?
I,
yes, go ahead, Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, no, and then sort of along the same lines of staff appreciation, I wanted to see if we could agendize potentially adopting something that the council does, which is around, I don't know, whatever, 10 or 11. They kind of check themselves and see, what if they're going to go past midnight, and whether they want to cut off things. And, we got lucky today. We had 2 items. Here we are, 11, almost 11:30, only 2 items. But, so that's my request, is that for the future, we agendize something that might help us to keep our meetings, over by midnight. Over.
Thank you, Commissioner Newton. Makes me think, considering this is my first evening to be chair, I was a little careful, but do you suggest I cut the commissioners off a little sooner?
Well,
Can we take a vote on that?
I appreciate being cut off when I ramble. And you may recall that I had a tendency to, say, hurry up, folks. Yeah, so I think, you can feel free to rein us in when we babble on.
Thank you.
Second.
Playing director's report.
I don't have too much to talk about today. I mean, I appreciate the kind comments from Chair Swift and all that, and I'm very happy to be here. One thing we do want to do, and I'll just a preview, is I think we do want to have a kind of a sort of a beginning of the year, even though it's not quite the beginning of the year, but maybe in February or March, we'll kind of go through a work plan for the year. I think we have dark sky on there. We have all the housing element items. And so we'll kind of workshop that at an upcoming meeting. So that's just a preview of what we'll do in either February or March. Other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
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 Meeting is closed.